It depends. If we ever actually played D&D, I'll probably stay awake, but...
What's that? What's D&D?
Who does
it's,
that?
Dick's not...
Diced.
Nope.
It's the
Dick's
number.
not delicious.
Okay.
Imagine thinking dicks are delicious.
Hashtag D&D.
I think, guys, we need to. I can't play D&D with this fucking Trump face. Chat.
Would you like me to fix that? I can fix that for you.
There's my boy.
That's
That's my boy right there.
Not enough, not enough.
I just deleted it.
We're really dating the session by mentioning the debate right now.
Which one? Who knows?
The days
Well,
in
never know.
Verona have grown long for this party. Long, tired, and incredibly, for lack of a better term, a bit of a clusterfuck. After meeting with Ilmerion Naime at the Hint of Home, you spent some time learning while Walker brought Evian with him to go do a very simple bounty in which they were temporarily arrested and investigated after coming across some kids who had a very heinous plan that seemed to kind of work for when they got caught. Meanwhile, things got strange once y'all got home. Rom stayed the night at with Beale, or at least very late, while Amari brought some friends with him to go see Sander, and then went with Sander to the Basking campus. Eventually, things really, really devolved. Drinking, training, and a mess at home. Eventually found you all exhausted after yet another day as your number of days here in this country continue to dwindle little by little. But it is another day. It is the beginning of the week. It is Borsda. The 33rd day of the Division of Expanse. It is morning. I ask unto you all, Amari, Evian, Ishri, Owen, Rom, Simon, and Walker, on this beautiful, overcast day, what are y'all doing?
Did anything happen to Ishri when she slept in an alleyway last night?
What a good thing to bring up to start with. Staying in an alleyway, fairly out of the way. Nothing overtly seemed to have happened. Like, you slept through the night. Though you had all your stuff with you, correct?
Like her weapons and stuff. She didn't bring, like, I don't know, like the pitcher she has and that sort of thing. It's like her weapons and armor.
Did she sleep in her armor?
Can she?
No rule that says you can't.
Then yes.
You have slept in your heavy armor?
Ven has a rule. I think Ven has a rule, but
I'm pretty sure there's a rule.
There isn't, because
there is. I just found it. Sleeping in
time.
medium or heavy armor makes it difficult to recover fully during a long rest. You only regain a quarter of your hit dice, and you don't reduce any exhaustion.
She would have slept
Joke's
in her armor.
on you. She wasn't taking a long rest.
Oh god, I'm epic.
Oh,
She would have slept in her armor.
ooh.
In that case, I will say nothing readily obvious happened while you slept in an alleyway.
Did she get alley herpes? That's not readily obvious.
Then in the morning, she makes her way back to the house.
Owen rises bright and early, as he has no hangovers to deal with, and the house smells of tea in short order.
Everyone quickly awakens. You hear a very quick, tired mention from Rick of something about going to look into something. He's very quick and hurried and heads off before even having tea.
Ishu's probably back pretty early in the morning, because I imagine she did not sleep well in the alley, so.
Incredibly uncomfortable and miserable though it is. You get nights. So. We're all downstairs. You have your morning tea as per tradition. What's next?
If there is
Sleep.
if there's like, the boys bought a bunch of like rations and stuff, so I imagine we have food of some kind.
Yes. There has been. Like, you guys do have food and shit covered.
Along with tea, Owen will make breakfast in some form or another for the lads.
Pemmican balls.
No, not that.
Are we going to be working all day then? Yes?
Oh, that's right. What were you guys doing yesterday? I didn't see any of you.
We were busy all day at the Hint of Home.
Mari, like, blinks for a second. And then remembers that there's another reason to be at the Hint of Home and then nods. Right. Right.
Ilmarian gave us a bunch of new riddles from the woman. We're close, Amari. We're close to something. I can feel it.
Would you need help? Or do you guys got it?
Rom went to find you yesterday because it's like learning a new language, and she thought Owen kind of like motions to Rom.
Did Rom come home? Or...
No.
He motions to the empty chair that Rom usually occupies.
But she never came back.
She thought you could be of help.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Xander.
With the pipe and the books, yes?
Less pipe, more books.
Learning from books.
Yeah, he was just kind of doing just general knowledge gaining. He may not act like it, but he's pretty smart.
What, does he have a library at his house or something?
No, we went to the Basking campus.
Owen, like it's not like a dramatic expression of surprise, but he does like he raises an eyebrow. Isn't that supposed to be the greatest library in all of Lenore?
You could argue that, yeah. I'm sure he let us go in there, because I was just with them and they didn't seem to mind me going in there.
Think of all the things that we could learn from such a place.
I'm not really one to... I was too busy hanging out with Sander to really take advantage of it, I suppose. But I'm sure he's gonna go again soon.
I wouldn't
Seems
even know
like
where to start.
Seems like the third best way he likes to spend his time.
All
I
right.
don't imagine that. It would be suspicious if we went in there asking about, old languages and such.
I suppose. Or I wouldn't think so, actually. They just kind of let you do your own thing. Never really too inquisitive. They're very helpful, though.
Aye, but
Even when
helpful.
Sander wanted to look at explicit material.
Owen coughs into his tea and clears his throat before pointedly ignoring that last part. I imagine to be helpful, they have to ask a lot of questions, though.
They seem to know the library well. They knew just where everything was. Whether I wanted them to or not.
Something to keep in mind, I suppose.
Probably could ask Simon about that.
And then
He's
all
here.
eyes turn to Simon.
If he's here.
Simon probably wouldn't be there like that early. What time is there now, Ben? I'm sorry.
Breakfast time.
Yeah, breakfast
Breakfast
time, so probably like
8.
beginning of sunrise.
No, Simon.
Oh,
would
so
be-
it's like 6 or 7 then.
Simon would be sleeping and knowing he's gonna spend all day studying today. So I'd say maybe in like 2 more hours he'd come down. Sorry.
All eyes turn to the empty chair that Simon usually sits in. Is it just fucking... Is it like... Is it Ishri and Owen and Amari fucking sitting around the table? Like...
So we got Ishri, Owen, Amari, Walker's sleeping in. What's Evian doing?
Walker long rest.
Evian sleeping in.
High five!
It's just fucking people!
I think there's a Simon-shaped outline in a certain chair.
Oh, it's just fucking Ishri, Owen, and Amari for breakfast. And Rick already took off. Jesus.
Rick's getting money though here soon, hopefully. So.
Well, if you're... I could ask him later, but if we're going to study today, I might as well pitch in some with my language expertise.
I can show you what we've done already. Made a bit of progress.
It's not a fun time, but it's what has to be done. So,
Yeah, I figure.
though I imagine as a flame tender, you might actually enjoy it. There's a lot of books involved, so.
Yes. Books, my favorite.
Should we go wake everyone else up and then bring them along? And go grab Rom?
Well, Owen kind of like starts to respond and then
Where is Rom?
catches himself. She went home with her friend Beale.
Amari, goes to say something, stops himself, contemplates for a second, and then says, with his hands in front of it, his palms together in front of his mouth, and then, turns them 90 degrees outwards and just goes, "In what way?" Just to stay the night?
What
imagine more.
kind of question is that? I don't know.
I don't know what I'm walking into, is why.
No. Here's what I'll say. Okay. The others, Walker and Evian especially, it sounded like they had a long day yesterday. So I think it's best that we let them sleep. They'll be along when they're ready.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's head out to.
Mari like scarfs down breakfast, scarfs down tea, almost chokes.
Would
a
someone
little
have paper or something? Could we write them a note where we're going? I had to borrow some from someone off the street the other day.
I think I have paper, unless those bastards took it from me again. Mitch says as he tries desperately to open his character sheet to see if he has paper.
I think
I swear I have paper. I do have paper. I'll leave a sheet of paper and write on it at the hint of home.
Off we go then.
The road again. The road again.
Right. So you're all heading off?
If by all you mean 3 of us.
Yeah, I mean, are you bringing anyone else with you, waking them up, or?
We're just gonna have Ishri sling Walker's unconscious form over her back and just drag him along.
I would say at that point it would not be considered a long rest, so.
I bet he's a heavy sleeper, though.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
You ask her to do it, she'd do it, for sure.
Put him in a sack.
Alright, so you guys are heading off.
It's a fairly long walk, right? Because we have to cross districts.
Yes, you can't go straight through the city. You're close to the Merchant's Landing, so you have to kind of like do a half circle around. You know, it's like a decent portion of the city you have to go around.
So on the way, and it's like morning, right? It's morning on a fucking Monday. There's like not that many people around, right?
It's morning on Monday. It's much busier than it was yesterday.
Shit. Is it too busy to have a conversation on the way there?
No. This also has the New York thing of no one gives a shit what you're doing.
Even if I check the corners for Soul Striders, or
give me a perception check, see if anyone's following you.
Check under your hat. Check.
I mean, someone did mention that agents may be watching the house or something. So
I will actually do that.
That was not specified. Owen was told by Simon that the Intwin are going to visit sometimes.
Yeah, you're fine. No one's following you.
Starting off strong.
No one's following you. You're fine.
So after like a few blocks of silence, Owen would kind of fall into step next to Ishri, and he would he'd do that kind of awkward thing that you do when you have something to say but you don't like he obviously has something that is on his mind that he wants to bring up, but he doesn't know really how to start.
Ishri then would just look at him, and she's probably she probably does not look good. Like, Ishri is not bathed in God knows how long, right? And she just slept on the street in her armor, and she's kind of Ishri looks real tired, but she's looking Owen, what is it?
Well, I suppose 2 things. I should have asked over breakfast, but how did you fare last night?
Oh, I did not go back home. I was kind of, well, I don't know what I was hoping for, but nothing happened. I just slept in the street. That's it.
Well, I hope you forgive me for saying, but it looks like you could have used staying back and sleeping with the others.
No, it's okay. It was good to be alone for a little bit. Not that I wanted it, but it was good to be alone. And I needed to know, right? I needed to know if there was a chance, where there was some way it would bring me back. I needed to know that it wasn't actually real, and it wasn't. So.
Owen gives a thoughtful nod. And then he continues. Do you know this whole business that's been talked about between Rom's old associate and what he wants us to do?
I mean, from my understanding, you just have to destroy. I don't fully understand why destroying a building would do anything, but
That's his price. In order to put us in contact with his man on the inside, as it were, he wants us to do this favor for him in exchange.
then why have we not done it already? It seems relatively simple. You're choosing between a building and a person. I mean,
Oh, well, the question I was going to ask you was, what would you do? But it's not. I don't think it's that simple. The building in question is made of wood on a wooden dock, surrounded by other buildings made of wood. Burning it down, who's to say? Even if it could be done, who's to say nobody would get hurt? Who's to say that? I mean, it seems to me like the wrong thing to do.
I mean, if someone gets hurt, it's wrong. But I just don't. I don't see why you shouldn't try at the very least. You're choosing between a building and a person. The building, I guess the building doesn't just reform back, but it can be built again, and the dock can be built again. And if you go when there's no one else around, you can be careful, have lots of water on hand. I guess. Have one person light it on fire, the rest of us control it, so it's only in the one place.
I don't know what the Antelier would say if a building got caught on fire and they showed up only to find 7 random people with buckets of water trying to put it out. I don't know. Owen pinches the bridge of his nose and looks down. It all seems so simple when you put it like that.
Could you not, I don't know, plant something in there to make it look like it lit on fire on its own? And then when the Intelier comes, we just say that we saw the fire, we try to put it out?
But then they're going to ask, oh, what were you doing here at all hours of the night? And, who are you? And what's your name? And why are you here? And where are you going? I
don't suppose just saying Expokesian Empire over and over again won't satiate all their questions, because I don't know what else to say.
Owen smiles and he chuckles a little bit. I imagine not. And besides, this is something that I have set out to do. I wouldn't ask anyone else to risk themselves. I mean, we're talking about if we get caught doing this, I mean, who knows?
I mean, it doesn't matter. This is a good person, right? Who we're rescuing, and you're a good person who we're helping. And at the end of the day, that's what's important. And we're your friends, and we're gonna do whatever you need us to do. Who gives a fuck? We'll do what we have to. Don't worry about that.
Ishri, I've been thinking a lot about what I said in a tavern in... Oh, I'm sorry, it's not a tavern, it's an inn with a downstairs in Tibicrest. Those words, they come back to me a lot. I don't want to be the kind of man... at this point, Owen is firmly looking no one in the eyes. I don't want to be that man. I don't want to be the kind of man who burns down buildings to get what he wants and I don't want to be the kind of man who makes the streets run red with blood.
Well, then you choose not to be. There's a big difference between making the streets run red with blood and lighting a building on fire to rescue someone who's important to you. You see that? There just is.
How many buildings, Ishri? What
I
if
think
it
just
required...
the one. I
What if
think
it-
it's just the one.
But what if it was the whole city? What then?
Then you weigh who would get hurt or who would get rescued, and you would do that because you seem to be the person who cares about it, about that sort of thing. And you know what would prevent you from making the streets red with blood? Is just don't start killing people in the street. If you don't want to be that person, just don't do it.
I was angry when I said those words. I know that now.
And then just don't let it control you. There's a big difference between saying something and actually doing it. So just don't let the anger control you. And again, the big difference between the two things. If burning down a building saves someone, it sounds like a good thing to me.
Owen nods, and then he lapses into thoughtful silence for the remainder of the journey.
So, as Amari, Owen, and Ishri head off, Rom, we will jump over to you for the morning.
Oh boy.
What you doing?
Sleeping, presumably?
And forever? Are you dead?
No.
Okay, what you doing?
Does your boy have to go to his internship today?
Yes.
Or
he
whatever
has.
it is?
Yes. He does. He has to head
Alright.
out fairly shortly after sunrise. He would have
Alright,
mentioned
and
that during the night.
Okie dokie. Alright. That dude gets a little smooch, and then, I guess like 9 o'clock-ish is there... Rom will adjourn back to the house to wash her face or whatever.
All right, heading back to
Get
the
a
house.
change of clothes. That
The
kind of
house
thing.
isn't far away. You head back there. I believe there is a note saying... I'm sorry, Amari, what did you write on the note?
At the hint of home.
At the hint of home.
And he would have signed it like Amari, Owen, and
Ishri. Right. Everyone else was sleeping in?
Yep.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yepers.
All right, so you arrive back at the house.
I imagine the Owen Walker room is surprisingly well kept.
Oh, it would have to be.
It's very clean.
Like, Walker doesn't make messes of things. Except for himself. And then like, imagine there's a couple of, like, flowers that Owen put, like, on the windowsill or something.
Oh, yeah.
So it's, like, real fucking pleasant.
Anyway, so, Rom, you head up to your room. You can hear the sounds of people who are still here.
Snoring.
Presumably doing the math, Evie and Walker and Simons.
Alright. Well, Rom has a question for... at least Evian. So... you said there was, like, Roman plumbing or whatever? Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Did they got
I don't want to know what your question is related to me and the plumbing. I really
No, these are two separate things. Since Evian
I've
is still
connected the
asleep,
dots.
she is finding something else to do until he gets up.
Play around with the plumbing?
It's Is there a fucking bath?
This house would have a bath, yes. It's nice enough.
Alright, then she's gonna take a fucking contemplative bath.
Alright.
Would she also listen to the debate?
Stop dating the episode.
Oh. Alright, so you, eventually, I believe Simon and Evian, are you trying to long rest? I know Walker's trying to long rest.
Simon was just trying to sleep in. Just a little bit. Not a long rest. There's no need for a long rest.
Simon and Evian both just sleeping in?
Yep.
Alright. Yeah. Evian? Yeah. Alright, so eventually you guys get up, head downstairs, and... Rom, you need to speak with one of them.
Yeah, so I imagine Rom is like, sitting at the breakfast table, probably, like, what do you do when there's no newspaper?
Well, you go through Red on your phone, right?
Read a book.
Like...
I'm sure there's books here.
Real quick, Owen would have left. He wouldn't have left them like on the stove or whatever, but there would be like supplies laid out for breakfast and tea specifically.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I'll just say that she's like sipping a cup of tea, and she'll say, "Good morning" to everyone as they come downstairs.
Oh, what time exactly is it, and where would the sun be?
It's still only like 9 or 10 in the morning, so not high up.
How much longer until the long rest is done?
You got ways to go, buddy.
So it's gonna be a lot of chilling out, huh?
Yeah.
Sounds very important for Walker's mood. Alex, can you please repeat your thing? Did we die?
What? No.
She was sitting
I
at the
died.
table when they came down.
Sipping tea, looking
okay.
like she just took a bath.
I imagine she's still got like her hair up in a towel.
She has
Does have enough
short
to do
hair.
that?
She doesn't need to put her hair in a towel.
She does it just for the look.
But that's why it's funny, is because
Yeah.
she has short hair, but
Yeah.
she still puts it up in the
There you
towel.
go.
Okay.
See, Walker does it
Morning,
too.
Rom, and Simon will go get some tea.
Oh.
You know, Walker would just fucking eat the most basic breakfast imaginable and then just fucking sit there like half out of it. He would be drinking
And
a lot of
how-
water.
Sure. And how was your day yesterday?
Who's she talking to?
She
The room, I would suppose.
Well, Simon was at the same place she was yesterday, so presumably it would be directed towards the other two.
Somewhere between average and terrible.
That's fairly non-specific answer. I suppose you don't have to go
We
into.
hunted it, were arrested, set free, paid, and drank for the rest of the day. And other things. Parker kind of looks away as he says that last bit. Meaning closer to terrible now that I'm remembering more.
All right. Is there anything I could do to help y'all out?
Unless you're able to decipher fucking crazy prophecies issued by a crazy old lady, then probably not.
Well, I mean, I am going to go help out with that in a little bit.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm gonna go over to the Henna home and just try to. it's not really what I'm good at, but try to help make heads or tails of all that. I just, I kind of had something I wanted to talk to Avian about. Before
As
I
if
left.
on cue, Evian stumbles down the stairs.
Well, looks like no one's stopping you.
Well, good morning to you, Avian.
Evian just kind of grumbles in your direction. No distinct words, clearly very hungover.
Shall I fix you some eggs or something?
No. Just water.
We'll get the dude a glass of water.
On
Man.
cue, Walker actually passes Evian the fucking massive water skin he's been fucking chugging
My
from.
fucking guy. How much is left?
Oh, it's like 2 full gallons. Like it's a huge water skin.
Oh, beautiful.
So
It
there's
was like it was a thing
lot
where you
still.
filled it and then went out drinking, and you weren't drinking any of this shit last night.
I would
Yeah,
like
pretty
to chug, like, a good half gallon of water.
It's really bad for you. It's really not good for you.
Yeah, I know. And Evian will hand the water skin back with an appreciative nod.
Well, Avian, if you're not too terribly busy, there was something that I wanted to talk to y'all about, privately, I suppose.
Yeah.
Evian kind of looks around.
It's nothing like dangerous or nothing, just
So now, like, I believe we are. Like he's looking around the room for anyone else besides Walker.
It's just Walker.
Simon's
Who's-
there.
Who's still is he?
Simon's in
Simon's
bed.
there. He's
Simon's
finishing
there?
he's finishing his cup of tea. He's like getting ready to go. He's probably getting everything, all his papers ready.
Oh, Evian
Stuff
just
like-
looks at Simon. I guess.
Walker's just sipping his fucking water, not moving.
Tom looks slightly like what's the word I'm thinking of?
Annoyed.
No,
Pleading? You gotta
Panicked?
describe the word if you want us to help you.
let me pop open Google. Hold on.
Hang on. Rom is getting her iPhone out and opening
Yeah,
Google.
Rob's got. She's still got to install updates. She just got the new one.
Oh, I mean that was
Synonyms
just
for
that.
depressed.
Yes, that was indeed a synonym of embarrassed. She looks a little embarrassed, I guess. Well, you mentioned that you got a girl over in the Isles, right? Something like that.
Uh-huh.
If we ended up running across her and, you know, hypothetically, she asked you to stay with her, what would you do?
That is a tough question.
She just says she nods extremely sympathetically.
Evian's just thinking while Mitchell's thinking, trying to think of a good response for that.
Still not sure what you're doing, huh, Rom?
It's hard.
Can imagine. I don't know what's happened between the two of you, but you gotta think of what your options mean for the future of either of you.
I've been thinking, Moses.
I do not think that she would want to stay. If that makes sense.
Why not?
She did not. Life over there is very different from here. Being gone and fighting for your country is the way of life. I would like to go back and visit, but I do not think I was meant to stay in one place for too long of a time. That probably doesn't help at all.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't go looking for answers anywhere but my own head.
As they discuss talking about their significant others, you guys can see Simon get very uncomfortable and just
Why does she need to talk about this around Simon?
Oh god, I
sip
forgot
his
about
last
what
bit of
happened.
tea and just walk out and just go to the hint of home, whatever it's called, and just leave. Not say a word. Don't he just finishes tea. He looks uncomfortable, and just leaves.
You just hear the door creaking.
Basically.
He's trying his best, just like I'm imagining in the scene, you can see Simon in the background doing a very tiptoe motion.
No, he has to get a bunch of shit
No,
together.
I wouldn't even say tiptoe. It would be no. He's not even being quiet. He's just like, all right, this, and he's gonna leave. It's nothing secret about it. He's just like, I'm not standing for this. I don't want to deal with
All right.
I don't want to think about this right now. At least you guys got a choice.
Okay.
And he'll leave.
It's not my fault I wrote it that way in my backstory.
Rom glances after him with no small amount of guilt in her expression. She sort of fiddles with her teacup and she says, I almost wish I could switch places with him. I can...
Alex, did you say, I wish I could switch places with him? Good response.
No. Oh no! Don't tell me your computer.
She did say, Rom did say she wishes she could trade places with Simon.
I'm not gonna my fucking thing. Well, I'm gonna go to the
And have
bathroom,
you-
I guess.
Oh, she's back.
Then she
Alex.
sets it down.
Alex, you
Alex,
think
you've been cut out. You've been cut out for.
What?
You have been frozen.
I
nothing.
asked, did Rom say that she wished she could switch places with him?
That was the last thing we heard.
Yeah, she said she almost wishes that.
Yeah. That was the last thing we got. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because Walker's gonna say, no,
All
you don't. Everyone has their own troubles. You don't know just how bad things are until you're in their position.
You're right. Never know what you really got till you don't got it no more. She heaves a huge sigh and sets her teacup down with a clink. I suppose I'm off to go study with the
Actually,
others.
you should probably stay here.
Why?
Until you're going to be stopping by the next couple of days and having the person who's who the home's name is under, as well as someone who can actually speak without tripping over themselves, would be a good idea.
Is that so?
It is.
Is it actually like under Rom's name? It is.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
You got it.
Did you forget?
No. Well, for a split second, yes. Don't talk about my brain that way. Well, is it something I can do around here? Organize supplies or something? Just sitting and stewing would be upsetting.
Well, if you need something to do. Walker will reach into his bag, which he has on him at all times. No, he's gonna get up and go to the other side of the kitchen, I guess, where his little workshop is. Grab a small
Poor
knife
dining room.
and some wood. Come back and plunk it in front of her.
She looks at him skeptically.
Told Owen enough times now. Idle hands aren't good for the mind.
Playthings of devils, something like that.
Walker isn't no sure of what. Like, what if
Idle
he's going
hands
for
are
it,
the
but,
devil's playthings.
something like that. Probably. Either way. It's easiest to work through things when you have something to do.
Well, I hope you ain't expecting no masterpiece.
If I had to throw away more than a few bolts of Owen's.
Oh, bolts? That's what you're suggesting? I'll make you some bolts? Alright, I see how it is.
If you have something better in mind.
No. I will do my best.
Walker also gets his own knife and block and begins working at a very, not leisurely, but like at a I'm still kind of hungover pace. I'm still hungover, but I'm going to do this right pace.
Evian has fallen asleep in his chair.
All right, so Rob, you are helping Walker with. Okay.
I don't know why I guess that why this wouldn't happen.
Give me a dexterity
You
check,
could have
Rob.
brought out the hacky sack, man. Come on.
What?
The what?
Hacky sack!
The hacky sack.
Are you saying I should have got my balls out live on
Foundry,
stream
Foundry
mid-sesh?
kicked me out. What the fuck?
Do you not know what a hacky sack is?
Listen, William doesn't know a lot of things. Don't make fun of him for it.
Hacky
I know what
sacks are
hacky sack
fucking-
is.
Make
Hacky
fun of
sacks are
William
sick.
for all
Look at
the
this
things
shit.
he doesn't know.
Look at him go.
You good, Alex?
Foundry kicked me out. Okay,
Okay.
let me get to it. Character sheet open, please. Hello?
We all wait with bated breath for.
Okay, calm down. Foundry's being really slow for some reason. Right, dexterity.
Good?
I clicked the button. I'm waiting for the thing to pop up. Okay, here it is. She fucking cuts herself.
Well,
Roll a d10 to see which finger gets cut off.
Jesus
Mitch,
Christ.
No!
oh,
Go on,
well.
Ben.
Walker, this is not Rom's forte. Like, immediately, you can see that, like, prepping breakfast, maybe. Swinging a sword, yes, thumbs up. Oh no, she immediately is like, you know that kid in an art class who you see and you're like, that kid shouldn't even be here. Just pass him so he doesn't have to deal with this. You explain to her the concept of, you know, whittling, and she's immediately just cutting parts of it off, and it's getting like the whittling knife stuck and sharpening the heads. She's kind of like almost dulling them and chipping them, and it's... You can tell it's only a matter of time before she severs a tendon or something.
Of her own?
Yes. Like you've...
She needs to be taught knife safety.
Yeah, this is starting at the beginning.
Rom. Make sure the blade's facing away from you.
Oh, really? Alright.
Just want you to stab yourself.
Excuse me if I haven't ever done a whole bunch of arts and crafts.
That's fine. I just don't explain to Owen that it's my fault.
She just scowls and tries again.
It continue. I'll let you give me one more dex check just to see if you get any better at it.
Roll that 20. Easy.
I mean, she can't get any worse, right?
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Physically
She
impossible.
could roll a 1 again and then cut herself immediately.
She's not hindering you, but this is definitely something she has never been trained in. For lack of a better description, something that... Yeah.
Walker's not looking for that. He's looking to make sure she's not hurting herself.
She's not hurting
and
herself,
if
and
she-
she's at least, like... She's at least doing something.
He's looking to see if she falls into a rhythm. See if she's truly being occupied by this, or if she's just getting frustrated.
That would be up to you, Alex.
I think having something to do would definitely be helpful for her. Probably she occasionally, like, kind of spaces out a little bit. Just obviously in her own head about things. But seems to, fairly quickly remember what she's supposed to be doing and, keeps pretty busy.
Hang on. I got something.
Okay.
I got some. Maybe I don't. Walker's going to try to give her a little bit more direction. And try to get her working on a basic DIY project. Teach her how to make a book holder.
Oh my god.
Like a
Shop
little
class.
Here, I googled for Alex basic woodworking projects.
It's
for
like those
beginners.
Saturday morning projects that you had at Home Depot when you were a kid.
Yeah, it's that.
Oh.
So this is the picture we got.
Let's put together a model airplane, Dad.
So he's gonna basically show her how to make a little book holder and like sand it, and he maybe has a little bit of varnish to make it look pretty.
So that is what
Fun.
you guys are going to be spending a considerable portion of your day doing.
Is this something I can do while
Arts and-
resting? Because I'm just like supervising.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good.
Arts and crafts with Moses Walker.
Oh. I just need I need a William in character narration over fucking like an hour of that now.
That would be pretty
You
funny.
see, this is a simple project. I'll let you come up with the perfect present for yourself, your spouse, family, or any home cook you know who likes experimenting with.
I want Walker to be like Martha Stewart.
Oh, Walker Stewart. There you go.
What?
Oh
my god. Fucking Tim Walker.
Anyway, so as Evian goes in and out of consciousness, listening to the sounds of Walker.
No, fucking Evian just like every so often opens his eyes and sees like Walker helping like at Rom with some like portion of the project, and slowly sees a book holder being made over the course of like 3 hours as he goes in and out of consciousness. Oh my fucking god.
We will hop back on over to the 3.5 right now, Simon behind, but Ishri, Amari, and Owen who are heading to the Hint of Home. You arrive, it is decently after sunrise, but not incredibly so.
I wanted to say, I forgot to mention this, Ishri would have peeled off her gross underneath armor clothes, put on her fancy dress to go to the fancy pretty place, and then put her armor back on over top of her dress.
Of course.
Do we have to remind her to not change in the middle of the kitchen or something?
So, Ishri, you might, because Ishri does have a room, right? She's been sleeping at the front door. So it probably would take you all 3 seconds to tell Ishri to go into a room, and then she would have, so. I forgot about that, god damn it.
Oh. And then, in your nice fancy dress with armor on top of it, Amari, you would note this dress ain't gonna be fancy and nice much longer with fucking 60 pounds of splint mail on top of it. Like, it's gonna be getting,
That's hurt Amari internally.
Like, threads are gonna be breaking, little cuts and things on it, parts where she moves and it just tears.
Her armor is probably just disgusting, too, right? Like, she slept in it last night. Oh, yeah.
And you guys...
He
by
probably
some
mentioned
miracle,
that it's gonna ruin the dress, but wouldn't like be like, take it off. He wouldn't do anything like that.
and eventually, by some miracle, you guys make it back to the Hint of Home. You head in the...
What do you mean? Some miracle.
I'm just saying, you might not be the least... You might not be carrying the least conspicuous people with you.
Yeah, but I mean... we're not gonna get lost.
No, more that it's, you know, an alien and a Garsh prince.
Nobody knows that.
No, the alien definitely doesn't stick out wearing armor on top of a fancy dress.
Listen, fucking... that's not what I was referring to.
Anyway, so, you guys get to the Hint of Home. You are guided quickly to a separate office, which has been switched over. It looks like they've moved everything.
They touched my murder board?
It looks like it was moved, but has not been altered at all. This room is a little bit bigger, and there's, like, room enough for, like, a small conference table and some chairs around it. The murder board is hanging on the wall. A couple of moments go by, you're kind of like, you know, getting the vibe of this new room. It's like, oh yeah, it's one of the other offices for paperwork or something. And you can see there's like crates and boxes of paperwork filed into a corner that look like they've been shoved over. And it's still a little cramped, especially given the amount of shit that you need to look over. And a couple of minutes go by, and then Mary comes in and just, how are we all doing?
Looking forward to getting cracking on this.
I took the liberty of giving you a bit more access. The girls that are all working in the back will, of course, know you now. So just one knock at the kitchen door in the back, they'll let you in. You're free to come and go as you please. No going through the floor, none of that mess.
Thank you.
Not for as long as you need it. It is... He considers for a moment. Well, not the least I could do, but close to. I have much business to be attending to today. You know, it is there's always paperwork for businesses that need to speak with the crown and whatnot. I have to go and... Guy rolls his eyes a bit. Right. So, if you all need anything,
Just
I will be around. Yes, what?
one question before you head off.
By all means.
Owen like looks at Amari and then he like looks at Ishri and shrugs. Do you remember our friend Walker walked out yesterday?
He gives a slight, like, not worried, but like inquisitive glance as he nods. Yes.
I don't want to put words in his mouth or anything, but I imagine, according to his father and what he told us, there's been conflict, to say the least, between Karad and his family. And I don't know what to say to him. The Karad I know is not like that. But from what we've learned here, it's one and the same.
He considers for a moment, and you can see, like, as he thinks, he kind of ends up resigning himself. And, well, I said the other day, I have always seen this Karad, as you say, as something of a tool or an implement, rather than that is wielded, rather than something that has overt wants and needs. Perhaps it was, kind of scratches his chin a bit. Perhaps it was a bit, against thinking. Perhaps there is a limit to what you can ask of this being before something it wants back. Perhaps it does not have the ability to say no to whatever is asked of it. But it has the ability to stop it in some way. Those are the kind of questions that may be a bit beyond me. Perhaps folks in that tower back in Dunrock. Or perhaps asking the old guards. Elves. Whatever the case, it is. That was not a way that I... And he kind of just casts his glance downward and shakes his head. It wasn't how I thought of any of this. Oh yeah. I don't have any overt answers, but I've never heard of anything horrible. Imagine a sword that anyone can wield, but eventually a sword takes umbrage with what you do with it and becomes heavier. That is my estimate. You can no longer wield it.
I've had this talk with him before. He would say that you can always put down a sword, or you can take a sword from someone. This is not something you can take or give.
Considers for a moment and then nods.
Owen taps his charm when he says that.
Oh, it was chosen something. But it is certain something. Considers for a second and then nods again. I don't think it is something that you can either way. You can choose or not choose, but you can still choose how you wield it, I suppose. Maybe it is, you know, like those stories about being deemed worthy. Perhaps shrugs again, another downtrodden glance. Perhaps don't know. Be deemed worthy.
I'll think on it more, but thank you again.
Nods again. Much like you, I never really spoke with the old goddess. Found this sorry. Anyway, good luck. If you need anything, they'll take care of food and drink. I'll probably be back much later in the normal.
Owen nods and then turns back to the others.
Where we start?
I do imagine Owen, like, he spends a half hour to an hour showing Amari what we've found out, what we are, this dot connects to this dot, and then this is how this is, and here's my kindergartner equivalent of writing the letter A except in old garish symbol over and over again, and so on and so forth.
With knowing the 7 languages he does and the different ways the languages are structured and stuff, does any of this make sense to Amari?
So, the biggest benefit you have is the fact that you at least can speak and read and write all of the languages in Mary's journal, which helps, but give me an intelligence.
Does he have advantage because he's oh well.
Can I have advantage because of
Go ahead, Nick.
Well, I was going to first argue that, like, he is the language boy. That's his thing, right? Like,
his shtick?
He has a literal college education in linguistics.
Yes, which is why he gets to roll this intelligence check at all.
Well, my second point of order would be that I was going to cast Enhance Ability on him, but it's too late now. He already rolled.
Oh, well, yeah, the second point you have really been able to sell me on. But he already rolled.
He could... Okay.
Fuck off, it's a good check.
I mean, if you'd like to delay it...
No.
No, it's fine.
All right. You have... This is something that you read about. You weren't like... It wasn't like it was illegal to study it, per se.
Mm-hmm.
But it was definitely like a thing where, like, it was more of a, this is old garish. You shouldn't read it. It might be a way that the enemy's communicating. referring to garland. The basic concepts are not something you've overtly learned. It is not the way it's written and the way it's spoken are completely different. You would know that. As a spoken language, it is like a merging of what is the Garish language and Lenorian. Like, there's almost like a merging of the two, if you will. The evolution over the year. Whereas...
Spanglish?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the same way there's multiple dialects of something, it kind of became its own language over time. But this writing, you would know is, as a concept, is not really used outside of Old Garish tribes, and for understanding it... I will say, your basic concepts of linguistics, how well you've been able to take over, you would be able to translate things from it faster and eventually have, like, a decent idea of how to read it. But it's definitely something that would still take time, but you would be able to do it faster than...
Yeah, because it's in riddles.
Yes.
There's another part that...
Yeah, it is still a matter of it being gibberish and kind of having to... There's guesswork, but you are much better at the guesswork. There is a natural intuition through the fact that you, through no arcane means, managed to learn 7 languages beyond your own. Some of which, like Elvish, are incredibly complicated. While not runic, they are still incredibly obtuse on their own.
So I learn at like 1.5 times speed or something?
You will be able to translate it quicker, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know like how the calculation was going to work on the calculation sheet.
We'll definitely be able to translate this quicker than otherwise.
And I'd imagine like Amari would try to explain some of the things that he understands.
Okay.
So, like, Owen is a very patient teacher, and he also, like, he is very honest with Amari in that there's just a lot here that he just doesn't know. And so he talks about, like, this is what we kind of figured out yesterday, and, like, this is what we think it means, and, like, here's where we're at here, and
yeah,
he's very patient, and he's also very humble when it comes to acknowledging Amari's expertise in this particular field.
Yeah, and I'd imagine like Amari would like do some adjusting. Like, I imagine it would be like minor details on the adjusting. Like, it's not worded this way. It's worded this way, but it means the same thing. But you got it close enough, and stuff like that. But
Amari mansplains language.
He's not gonna mansplain. Well, maybe a little bit. He does mansplain the basic structure of the sentences and how different parts of words work to make descriptions. So he does his best to try to help. And could I perhaps make a performance check to give off his knowledge to pass off his knowledge to everyone else?
I'm not gonna say performance for that. I'm going to say that is going to be a long-term thing.
Okay.
Like, this whole thing regarding translating this is much more long-term. Like I said,
that's
Amari, if you will be able to translate various writings in the Old Garish script quicker than others. But
yeah,
it's still a matter of you're kind of learning as you go. It will get quicker over time. You'll get, like, you know, the basics of, like, okay, well, if this and this are together, that probably means this, because it gets very awkward when you have one symbol that can mean a few things, one symbol that can mean a few other things, but together, they could also mean a few different things, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of guesswork. but it will get quicker. So, with that, I will ask, how long is everyone going to be spending researching and translating and whatnot today?
Ishri will spend all day researching and translating.
Hell yeah.
Dedication to the team.
Yeah, Amari's got nothing better to do today.
Can I be included?
He'll spend all
Three
day.
amigos. When does Simon get there?
Yeah, so Simon will probably arrive about hour or so after you. So about the time you would be done setting up Amari and breaking down all the shit, and him being like, "Oh yeah, this kind of, it doesn't make sense, but I get it," that kind of thing. Like I think that's a good descriptor of what you would feel from this language, Amari. It doesn't make sense, but you still kind of get it.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like how you can, just by knowing Latin and English, you can kind of piece together Spanish.
Yeah. So, I will say at this point you could do, it's probably in the morning-ish. How long do you guys want to push yourselves? I would say you could each handle 10 or 12 hours, no problem. Past that would be con saves. See if you can,
9.
stay up.
Amari would do it for 9.
I have a thing at lunchtime real quick. This
No
might
problem.
affect how long Owen is willing to spend here.
Okay, no problem.
So like around, noon, 12:30, or like what feels like noon or 12:30 because we're inside.
Yeah.
Midday. Which I feel like Owen probably has a pretty good sense of when that would be.
Yeah.
The passage of time. He goes off to the kitchens to talk to the girls and see if he can scrounge up some food.
They would, yeah, no problem. They can take care of food for you.
Side question: are the chefs and such also, professional workers at this place?
No.
Really?
No, I mean, well, no. He said the girls would take care of you, so that's just what my head. That's where
Yeah,
my
the
head went.
whores will help you out, bud.
I'm just curious.
No, there are many back of house people here that are that work throughout various capacities, chefs, cleaners, things like that have nothing to do with the entertainment. But after a little while, they would bring you the... Wait a minute, I think I actually have the note for the special.
Do they have honeyed mead?
No.
Fuck.
Do you really want to get shit-faced while you're doing this?
Bastards.
No,
Okay.
he's drinking from his funny cup.
Oh.
He just wanted something sweet to drink.
I mean, they could get you, tea with sugar.
Sweet tea.
Sure. Sweet tea.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah. Yes, I do, actually. The beginning of the week wake-up, which is turkey legs and
Bless you.
Northern imported ale, which,
And sneeze.
assuming you guys are getting shit-faced, it would be seasoned turkey legs. Though, obviously, if you wanted whole turkeys, they do have that as well. If you just want a turkey dinner for lunch.
So instead of coming
Turkey
back with
sandwiches.
a stacked plate of wings like he would do in at that one bar, the Dancing Hound, Owen comes in with a tray of stacked turkey legs.
Oh,
It's pretty funny.
my God. You guys are just at a Renaissance Festival now?
Yeah. Got some mutton.
He comes in and he says, "Right, quills down, lads. It's time to eat up."
Yeah, one sec.
Ishri
Like-
immediately drops what she's doing. Any excuse to stop. She hates this.
I imagine,
so
like,
much.
I imagine she's sitting in a chair or something, and she just drops several papers to the ground.
I imagine she's just been pacing around this room this entire time, having to kind of read things out loud to herself in order to process them because she doesn't fully understand any of this. So
Oh.
Owen makes sure to put the turkey legs on the opposite end of the table to all of the work, so that we don't get turkey juice on anything.
All right. You guys have
Wouldn't want any sticky barbecue sauce anywhere around. So.
Oh, that's why Ishri dropped everything. Okay. And it's just metagaming.
Yep, I couldn't help it, sorry.
Anyway, so, you guys finish up with your lunch, and I will once again ask, Amari spending 9 hours.
Wait, I didn't get my thing.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you had another thing.
I literally said I had a thing.
I thought that was the thing.
No. Okay, so once the legs have been, once everybody's got a good leg into them, and Owen does fuss a little bit, Amari, make sure you eat the whole thing. I don't want to see no meat left on that bone.
He just rolls his eyes.
He looks over at Ishri again and he says, so I've been thinking about what we talked about earlier.
Yes.
I plan on going to have a poke around the building in question tonight.
You said building?
Aye.
Would you like me to come with you? I don't know if my presence is more or less suspicious, but I can definitely accompany if you'd like.
Was Amari made aware? I don't think Amari was made aware of this plan.
I mean, he was presumably walking next to Owen and Ishri when.
Oh, he wasn't listening. He wasn't paying attention at all.
That's up to you.
He has 8 wisdom. He was not paying a single cent of attention.
Sense, huh?
I honestly can't remember when Ishri was told this plan, but I'm sure someone around Ishri talked about this plan, and she was just like, what the fuck is going on? Because that's usually what happens. But, yeah.
So, doing what with the building?
Lighting it on fire?
I don't know if we... Owen, holds up a hand. I don't know if he told you, Amari, but Rom and Walker and myself went to go see an associate of hers. He told us he could put us in touch with a guard on the inside of the fortress that Miles is being held in, if we could just do a teensy little favor for him by burning down a competitor's building.
Takes a slow bite of turkey as he contemplates.
So I'm going to have a look around tonight. I don't imagine it's going to go well, but...
Does it need to be burnt down or just down?
He said he didn't care, that it just needs to be destroyed. But regardless of how it's done, if it's done, I want to have a look on the inside first.
Alright.
That's a good idea. And again, if you want me to come with you, I definitely can. If you think it's a good idea.
Well, I know you had kind of a rough night last night, so if you don't want to come, that's fine.
It's comparably, it's not the worst that's ever happened. I'll be fine. I'll be totally fine. Whatever you need, I can help.
Do you plan on doing it tonight, or?
No. I wanted to see what happened if I slept there, and nothing did. So there's no reason to go back. So.
I mean, do you plan on burning the building down tonight?
No. There's not going to be no talk of burning or destroying until I've had a look.
Right. Well, do you want help with that?
Owen kind of shifts uncomfortably.
No, got it. Alright.
No, listen, it's not that I don't want help, but you've got to understand, Amari, that we're not talking about... This is a crime that we're talking about. I'm not going to ask anybody to help me commit a crime if they don't want to. The same as I'm not going to ask anybody to help me spring Miles out of jail if they don't want to.
Well, he's your friend, and you've done a lot to help us. So if it helps you, I'll be willing to help.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Chomp on a bed. Or not a bed. What did I say bed? Chomp on a leg.
He chomps on the nearest horse.
It's just probably like staring at his bed, thinking bed sleep sounds good.
I'm not looking at my bed. I'm just laying in my bed.
I could consume a few hours of sleep.
Gotta be tireless like Mayor Walker.
He just takes a bite of a leg and continues picking it clean as to not disappoint Owen.
Will you be taking everyone else with you as well to go check things out? I feel like perhaps I don't know, Walker and Evian. I don't know. They'd be able to see things more. Whatever. They seem to have more experience as well with like the law and such. Maybe. Especially Walker.
Walker has already voiced his displeasure at this course of action.
Wait, why? What's the problem?
As I said, Ishri, this is a crime. The owner of this building has done nothing to us. We don't even know who they are.
Depending on how old it is, we could make it look like it just fell in on itself.
Again, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions until I've had a look on the inside.
All right.
Sure. Yes.
That. You have anything else, Nick?
Nope.
Okay.
That was all I wanted to do.
All right.
Hee-hee.
So,
I have some.
I want to get the hours out of the way so I know how long they're going to be spending on this. All right, Ishri?
I guess she'll stay as long as everyone else stays. So if everyone's staying 9, she'll stay 9. If Owen stays later, she'll stay later with Owen.
In that case, Owen.
Yeah.
So you said how many hours before we get exhausted?
12.
Probably 10 or 12 at this point. Probably, 12. I'd say you could do it most. That gets you to like 10, 11 at night at that point.
Does Simon have any opinions on anything that has transpired?
Simon's staying till 12.
That's his
Okay.
opinion.
Okay. So I'm thinking probably like 10 hours, so that way we have a chance to get some food and, stretch before we go and fucking break and enter.
Yeah, Amari will then stay 10 if he's going with them.
Well, call it, well, I was going to say call it 9 because Ishri clearly isn't enjoying herself, but...
She doesn't complain about it though. You can tell she's frustrated and she's pent up, but she's not complaining about it. She's asking for more work. Like she's doing what she has to.
10 it is.
All right. So 10 for all y'all. You are going to be there until probably a little after sunset. Now, we will hop back on over to the rest of
Team A&E.
your
A&C.
team.
Arts and crafts.
Okay. Evian, you have... do you have plans, or are you going to be lazing about watching them do arts and crafts all day?
Is there a backyard?
No.
No. There's a roof, though.
There's a roof.
Yes.
Go take a nap on the roof.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Change
pretty good.
locations.
Waking up and seeing the most boring thing possible, generic woodworking. You find your way up to the roof.
Probably would have put like a blanket over his shoulders at one point. Like when she got frustrated and just had to get up for a second. Just use that as an excuse.
On the roof.
No, at
Like
the
we're
table.
at the table still.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking the blanket with me.
And enjoy.
Is this Rick's blanket, the one that was downstairs?
I mean, if it would probably
Did
be
you
an
grab like
extra
an
one.
extra winter blanket from the travel supplies?
Yeah.
So anyway, eventually another couple hours go by. You guys are working.
I do
Whatever-
have something. Vin.
Whatever Team Arts and Crafts needs to do, it's all yours.
Okay. So, I imagine as this whole this craft is being done, there's long stretches of Walker giving kind of instruction and then kind of supervising while kind of doing his own thing. Long stretches of him being kind of like silent and then going back to the instruction. This is about a 3-hour project. I'm guessing it becomes more of a 4-hour project.
Oh,
Given the circumstance.
Oh,
I mean, that's
yeah.
generous.
This is a
Maybe 4.5.
4 or 5. This is a decently long project you got going. This is not Rom's forte.
So this is about maybe 4 hours in. Walker has Rom like sanding a couple of things. Yeah, he just had her switch to a finer grade of sand and explained like, it makes it even smoother, softer, nicer to handle, etc. And it's been like maybe 15 minutes like that, and Walker will kind of speak up. Rom, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Have you ever wished you didn't have your abilities?
She puts the book stand down and is there medieval sandpaper or do they just use like
I told you
actual
he
sand?
gave you sandpaper. It's like
Okay.
it's probably not actual sandpaper, but it's like equivalent.
Sure. She puts the arts and crafts down and just thinks for a minute.
There's a lot of like sawdust on the table at this point.
No, I don't think so. I mean, even now,
You've not seen.
I wouldn't have found y'all if it hadn't been for what I can do and But I mean, if your question is if I would give them up, I suppose? Is that more like what you were asking?
I'm asking if you've ever had a moment where it was inconvenient. You've seen it as a bad thing.
Well, I mean, obviously there have been times when it's inconvenient, but I don't think I ever wanted to just get rid of him. I've had doubts, especially now when apparently my guardian is maybe something that's preying on me instead. But
What of that then?
I'll come in.
What of that then? What if those powers meant you would be that you were destined to be either amongst a few survivors or someone who dies out?
Well, I mean, usually everybody wants to live, don't they?
For the most part.
if it meant not dying. I think I've died enough times, don't you? Could figure out something else to do with myself. Some other way that I could help. I can still swing a sword, even if it's not a magic sword.
I suppose so.
But that's me. If you're talking about anyone else, it's complicated.
Walker sighs, closing his eyes. It's clear that he's not. I don't know how insightful Rom is, but Walker isn't talking about her.
No! She probably notices this. Everyone has different circumstances. It's a complicated thing, or at least it seems like it would be to me. Owen, for instance, what he can do, I don't think it doesn't seem like he would ever doubt what he can do, since he can help people. I think it would be different for everyone who can do magic. It's probably not very helpful for what you were asking.
No, I think it's something. Ron was there, right, during the initial conversation the day before?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure. I think I know Owen pretty well at this point. I think he'd sooner be one of the ones who falls than allow the others to be the parts who do. What was that line? Only two shall see deliverance.
Well, I never really believed in prophecies or anything like that.
A lot of things I haven't really believed in Rome. But I've seen a lot of things over this last month and a half.
Yeah. It all makes a dreadful sort of sense, doesn't it?
Too much.
It'd be wonderful if, you can make all your own decisions. Mark your own fate.
That's what I want to do.
I don't think it's bad to try.
Always sought out to do. I don't see a reason to stop now. Even if it means. Walker kind of trails off, looks away, looks down at the wood.
Well, if you can't try, then if there's no point in trying, then what's the point of doing anything? I think it's much better to just try. Do what you can.
You always got to move towards your destination, never backwards. I think Walker at this point would get up. I'll be back later.
Oh, all right.
At this point, Walker heads out. And he's going towards a certain whorehouse. Certain escort den. What's a fucking brothel? There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Escort den.
The escort den.
The sex villa.
Give me one more.
Fuck, dude. Come on.
Oh, the fuck, dude. That works!
Hang on, I can get one more. I can get one more in. The coitus quarters.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right. So as you head, what is it? Like mid-afternoon.
Like it was like 4 hours later.
Yeah. So you know it's like 3-ish, 4-ish.
It's pretty good, Nick.
As you begin to head towards the Pleasure Palace. My joke, please do not steal.
That's also pretty good, Alex.
We are going to go ahead and take a quick break.
Okay.
So.
The recording's already fucked.
So.
You're fucking bingusing.
So.
Does Walker get to the
Yes. It is
the wet spaghetti serum ready?
mid to late afternoon when you finally arrive at the Hint of Home. I will say that given your early crash and the laziness of the day, a long rest is yours, Mr.
Oh, thank
Walker.
God, I totally forgot about that! Oh, thank you, sir. How do I do that? Isn't there a fucking button for that?
Probably.
Found it.
Should have not said anything.
Oh, Walker, Jesus Christ, Mitchell. Walker would enter in via the back entrance as advised previously.
You are quickly recognized by someone, and they point you in the direction of the secondary office that has been converted, where currently Owen, Simon, Amari, and Ishri are working.
Yo. Owen answers the door.
Walker is there looking determined, but yeah, looking determined.
Walker, I hadn't expected to see you today.
Yeah, unexpected to come here today until just a bit ago.
Come in. Owen steps aside.
Walker does so and looks around. It's Amari, Ishri, and Owen, right?
Yes.
And Simon.
And Simon.
And Simon.
I'm imagining he like blends into the piles of books and notes.
It's a nerd's camouflage. Walker kind of steps to one side and just kind of looks about. Kind of looks to the ground. Clearly ready to say something, but not quite yet.
I had a chat with Ilmarian.
Is that right?
I've been well, I meant to talk with you last night, but you know, you would well, kind of like just trails off.
Walker waits for Owen to continue.
Drunk. You were drunk. So I thought it would be best to wait.
I don't think there's any more time to wait. Owen, I've asked you for a few things in the past. I'm gonna ask you for something else.
What is it?
Walker is struggling to say this. Can you teach me about your power?
Of all the things, that That is not one that I expected.
Walker looks like he wants to reply to that, but isn't sure how to.
I thought that the things that we have learned in the past few days from Ilmarian, I knew that they would bother you, put it lightly.
That's one way to put it.
I don't know if it helps, but I promise you, we, and Owen kind of motions to the room at large, at his friends, their friends, poring over old parchment and, you know, little red strings connecting the dots together. We're going to get to the bottom of this. And you know, if it comes to that, I don't know about Roy and him, and you know what's going on with him, but if you'd like, I can teach him as well.
No, that won't work. It can't be him. I won't let it be him.
Oh, I see what's going on here. You want to take his place?
Walker kind of lets out a breath he had been partially holding in the entire time. Yes. We were both born under similar circumstances. I don't know if it's possible, but if I can do the same things, I want to try. I don't want him to have to be the one to have this responsibility. Even if it isn't true. Even if it's all just crazy ramblings or anything like that. I don't care. Can't take that risk.
I will teach you what I can. But I want you to know that all of these riddles, these lines that Ilmarian told us, we don't know for sure what any of them mean. I mean, for Karad's sake, she told us to come to the Hint of Home by way of a riddle. You know, I mean, it could... Some of them could just be those, you know? I know a lot of them don't sound like it, but...
Riddles or not, I don't want to take the chance. If there's anything I could do, protect him, then I'll do it.
Very well.
Are you doing better, Walker, than you were yesterday?
Walker kinda... Again, isn't sure how to respond to that, I suppose.
Good. I mean, you seem to have a plan now, so it's always helpful.
Having direction is always helpful. Walker kind of shakes his head, thinking back to the day before. So I guess at this point Walker kind of looks around some more, like really takes in what the fuck is going on. The whole, like, scenario.
Amari does his best to, like, catch him up to speed.
No one's told Walker, like, what everyone's doing here. He just kind of knew they were here.
Owen just told him that they were trying to figure it out.
They were just trying to figure out the riddles.
Yeah.
As far as I
translate, you
understand,
gotta-
we are doing
Here.
2 things at the Hint of Home. Number 1 is learning how to read fucking garish hieroglyphics. Number 2 is deciphering, based on the meanings of said hieroglyphics, deciphering meanings of cryptic riddles that are written in the old journals of Ilmarian.
Yes. And then you also just have, of course, your one journal that you brought with you all this way from the tower. Which
Correct.
does not have overt riddles in it. It is mostly just accounts, though obviously strange. But yes, there is the riddles, and there is learning to translate that you are doing.
I guess with nothing better to do, Walker will help with that shit for.
Hey, I'd say you could get... are you...
Walker's pretty good at investigating shit.
Yeah.
I imagine back when he had the bounty buds, he's the one who like handled the books.
All right, so...
He was the ace of the group.
Deducing riddles.
The only one without brain damage.
Is
So
Walker
that,
the only one without brain damage? What?
So in that case, Walker, how many hours are you spending?
Never mind.
Are you leaving when Amari, Ishri, and Owen do?
I guess, yeah.
You get 4 hours or
6?
so.
I thought you said 6. He left 4 hours in or 5.
No, it was 4 hours after Walker got up.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, Walker, yeah, you about 4. There are travel times and everything. You're putting about 4 in. With that, we have Rom and Evian back at the house.
Yep. Here
Y'all
we
doing
are.
anything or no?
I mean, I wasn't planning on it unless Rom needs something. I'm no good at books.
Rom, you got anything?
I forgot I was muted. Woo, go me. I don't think that Rom would try to complete the arts and crafts project by herself. So I guess she would maybe like wander up to Evian and maybe like also have a nap for a bit. Maybe
Let's go.
later she can like
Nap gang.
he can like teach her to punch better or something.
Fuck it, yeah. I can attempt to show her some basic brute
Unarmed
force martial
self-defense.
arts. Yeah.
We do that.
Okay. All right. So, you guys do some training up on the roof. Very Karate Kid style, I'm imagining.
Fun.
Evian, I know you don't get anything back on a long rest, but you would have gotten a long rest today as well.
Bet. I will mark that
Ditto
down
Rom.
on the calendar. Yes, sir.
Rom, a long rest as well.
Cool. For me.
And with that, eventually the time comes, it is after sunset, and Owen, have plans.
There's no windows in this office, right?
No, this is an office that is very, again, it feels very cramped. Well and truly in the back of this with, you know, no windows, no, only one door in or out. It's a fire safety hazard for sure.
So again, just like lunchtime, I imagine Owen has a fairly good sense of these things. So eventually he kind of like, looks around at everybody and puts his quill down and, ties off the end of a red string. I think that's enough for today. But we've made good progress.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Now to go sneak on a building.
What?
Walker, you remember that thing that Ron's associate asked us to do?
I do.
I'm going to check it out tonight. See what's inside.
Are you taking anyone with you?
Mari raises his hand.
Ishri and Amari have offered to help.
What kind of glances at Ish? You said Ishri, right?
Yes.
What kind of glances at Ishri?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going.
You might want to trim that number down. This isn't the type of thing that everyone can just kind of go together on.
If you don't think it's a good idea for me to go, I don't need to. I was just offering to help. Why don't you go, Walker, in my place?
Or kind of narrows his eyes a bit. It'd be best if it's just Owen and Mari. Mari can turn him invisible from some distance away, and he can go do things on his own at that point. Be the safest for all of us that way.
I guess, but aren't you more skilled in, handling things if things go wrong and locating things and finding things that are suspicious?
There's always suspicion under me for what happened yesterday. There's not much I can do for the next couple days besides stay at home. Even today was risky just coming here.
It's alright.
Though I don't expect the Interleader to follow up the day after, so... Either way.
If it's that safe, if it's not a good idea for me to come, I'm not gonna go where I'm going to make things worse. So I'll just head back, I guess. Maybe clean up here a bit and then head back.
Well, I imagine it'd be nice to get a good night's sleep after last night, Ishri.
Yes, probably, actually. Yes, probably. Exhausted, yeah.
Oh, well, if you're exhausted, then of course it would be best to get some rest. And as he says that, Owen just like stares at Walker.
Slept last night.
I mean, are you expecting a congratulations? You should do that every night, so...
No. I'm saying it won't be as important tonight.
that is not the direction this should be going. But
Either way, there are still other things to deal with. I still have my projects to finish up. Mom's having her own troubles.
What's going on with her?
I'm sure you know by now. She's yet to decide whether she is staying here or not.
Aye.
There's not really any good option. Leaving someone she cares for, most likely not to see them again. Staying here with someone only to be put in the dangers of a large-scale war within the coming years. Asking that person to come with us and putting them in the dangers that we typically face. Suppose they could try to go somewhere else together after leaving this place, but even then, it's an uncertain future.
Oh, nods. It's a hard choice.
Not something I can help with, to be honest.
I don't know
Just
if any
trying
of us
to-
can help her.
Tried to keep her occupied earlier, but well, I've seen steadier hands.
Owen smiles and looks down at his own hands, and then chuckles.
Come to think of it, I left her right in the middle of that project.
Perhaps we should make all haste home and see if she hasn't cut off a finger.
She almost did. She was holding the knife towards herself at the beginning.
And you left her alone?
Well, I told her not to. Either way. I'll head back now.
Simon, are you going to be okay staying late?
Yeah, I'll be fine. You guys gonna be okay?
We'll be fine. It's all going to work out.
Well then, and Simon flips the page over. Just be safe, please.
You too.
Owen claps Simon on the shoulder, not hard, but in a friendly way, before leading the way out of the room.
Oh, and Simon, after we get this all done, maybe I can hook you up with going to the Baskin campus if you want to.
Sure. If we have time.
I was gonna say Brock could probably speak up there, but I think I specified he already left.
He's probably perceptive enough to have heard it down the hall.
I'll not re-inject myself in the scene. I think we're good here.
So, Simon will be staying behind at the Hint of Home while everyone else heads out. So the
I don't think I specified how exactly Walker would help with that type of thing. I think he'd use his organizational skills to just make things more convenient for the others in their investigations, as opposed to just trying to start something that he really wouldn't have time to finish in just a few hours. He'd just make sure all the documents are very easily accessible for the rest of the group.
problem. And as night has taken you, you're not very far away, already in the Scald. Not, but maybe a 10-15 minute walk away from the dock, the docks and the warehouse that you intend on possibly arsoning.
Listen, I don't understand why everyone's getting so hung up on this arson thing. Okay, tonight is observation and infiltration only.
Because I feel like when you guys do a plan, you do, like, this is Fort Siege all over again. You go and research to figure out a more elaborate plan, but then you just go with the original plan.
No. You see, this is different, because if anything happens, it's solely Owen's fault.
Exactly. Also,
and Evian can't get in trouble with the law this time.
We
hopefully.
did actually try to do other things, like fucking Owen and Rom spent a whole day trying to, like, you know, find a less violent means of destroying / acquiring this property. So, fuck you.
Should, I don't have a joke, sorry.
So, you begin your quiet night trek through the warehouses of the scalding docks, and eventually you are in between a few of the warehouses on the other side. You can see the abandoned dock once more.
You ready?
Well, hold on a minute, Amadi. Let's just watch for a bit.
All right. And we watch.
And we watch, yes.
You guys gonna hide while you watch, or just sit here? What you doing?
I mean, there's shadows, right, that we can just chill in? Yes.
Give me stealth checks, guys. Come on.
Stealth checks.
Stealth.
Ishri was wearing her armor, so I probably should have specified. Owen does not walk around Verona in chainmail.
Okay.
He might have his sword with him.
Okay.
Did he have his sword with him?
I mean, it wouldn't be out of sorts.
Yeah,
sword.
yeah, I think he would have his sword with him.
All right, Amari stealth check.
I already did.
6.
Oh, and stealth check. Walker
Together
stealth check?
we are like 11 or something.
Together you are a solid 13. Walker? Walker.
I'm not with them. What?
He's not coming.
Oh, I thought you were going.
No, he went back to go make sure Rom didn't cut herself to death.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I thought. And Ishri was
With Walker.
Ishri's going to sleep because she is tired.
All right.
I mean, she said she would.
So
Instead
just
of
you
Rom
going to-
cutting
if
herself
it's-
when you get back, you come back to Evian beating the shit out of Rom.
Even being women, of course. Ishri's going to watch. Ishri's going to get to admire Rom's funny arts and crafts project.
I mean, as soon as she get back, Ishri's gonna be like, I was pent up all day. Does anyone want to spar? And she's basically gonna try to drag everyone off to spar, basically. With
Oh
her
my
instead.
god.
They were already throwing punches, so
She'll just throw herself into the pile. That's basically what's gonna
Walker
happen.
will not be sparring.
Wimp.
Oh, and Amari.
lame.
So, you watch. Half hour or so goes by. Nothing happens. Another 15 minutes. Nothing. There's a few people, like, it's winding down. Like, at night, people don't want to unload their fucking ships at night. So, people are, like, by the time you arrive, people are finishing unloading the barges and away ships that they already had. And then they're heading back, taking things back to the ships, securing the warehouses. As usual, you see one brigadesman come by maybe 4 or 5 times. Not the same one, but maybe 4 or 5 times total across about an hour. 45 minutes, an hour. Doing regular rounds. Looking very similar to, mall security or something. Very bored looking. Not on horseback or anything. Just wandering. Kind of looks. Doesn't seem to notice you, or if he does, doesn't care. He's a vague amount of mind to the warehouses. That's it.
Is there like, street lamps of any description here, or is it dark?
So down the middle streets, there are bowls of, like, they light torch bowls instead of lamps.
Yeah. Okay.
The open, yeah. But not overtly. Like, sometimes there are lanterns lit on the, like, on the docks where they unload, or next to it. But this one, most of them are dark at this point. There's a couple where you can hear people just talking about stuff, but for the most part, it's after sunset. There's not a lot of activity here on the Scald. At least not here on the warehouses.
From the observation that Owen conducted with Rom earlier, did he knows where the entrances to this place are?
Yes. There's obviously, as per tradition with all the warehouses, the big set of double doors, like sliding style doors, that are almost barn door style, but sliding, that open up right onto the water access. And then there's a smaller door about 5-10 feet to the right of it, like if you're facing the water, so closer to the street. A smaller door about 5-10 feet past it that is the other way in.
And that door's on like the street side.
It is still facing water side, but it's nearer the street. Other than that, okay, yeah, there would have been one other door on the opposite side, so like facing vaguely street side, yeah. That you'd never like, no one watches. You haven't really seen anyone. It seems more like a emergency exit, if you will. You haven't seen anyone in any of these come in or out those doors.
And is there like obvious like big old chains that we see, or are they just like doors with doorknobs?
These are just the one that is on the back that you haven't seen anyone come in or out of on any of them has no obvious doorknob or anything to open it. The other one that was on the other side when you were observing does have a doorknob, and again, it's a almost barn-style wood. Reinforced, well-built, but still wood.
Why did I not take Detect Magic on my spell list?
Good
That's
question.
awesome.
Why did I
Too busy
Why
focusing on the debates.
Why didn't you take some of the people who have at will detect magic?
Listen, I didn't even think about it at the
Or like free detect magic once per long rest or something. Weird, right?
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do.
I can tell you, I'm
Bring
already
Evian next time, idiot. Come on.
Owen.
Don't have even dash to the wall.
Okay, no, listen. I have a backup plan. Pasnik thought of this. It's okay. I'm sorry. Owen is going to turn to Amari and he's going to whisper. I'm going to try the doors. Keep a lookout.
He'll nod.
As nonchalant as he can, Owen crosses to this place. I imagine we're like in an alleyway.
Yeah.
Across the street.
Yeah, in between a couple of the warehouses on the other side or something.
Owen quickly crosses to the building in question, and he doesn't, bang on the doors or anything. He tries both doors.
The one that doesn't have a handle or anything, you just kind of try and push. There's no give. It's definitely barred from the other side.
Is anyone watching him as he approaches?
Give me a perception check, Amari. Amari's doing the lookout. Here we go.
Nick, I'm so sorry.
We really should have reversed roles here. But...
Oh.
But I rolled good.
Yeah,
so
no,
it's fine.
you kind of look and no, this place isn't being incredibly heavily patrolled right now. Doesn't seem like anyone's paying attention. You go around to the one on the other side by the double doors. It turns a bit. It is locked.
And it's got like a keyhole or something.
It does have a keyhole, and then it also, above that, has like a deadbolt style keyhole.
Okay. I have a really dumb question for you, man.
My favorite.
How, ignoring the fact that it would cause a shitload of noise, how easy would it be to use Owen's sword as like a crowbar to open one of these doors without smashing it to pieces?
You're gonna lose a sword, my dude.
Hang on. Don't you have a magic weapon
He does.
Exactly.
that does force damage?
I in fact do.
Can't you just cut through this door like fucking paper?
But the idea is I don't want to cut through the door and then fucking leave and have there be obvious signs of breaking and entering.
Can I ask?
Is there a window? Is there a
what
window
type-
in the door?
What type of door was it then?
It's like a heavy reinforced wooden door.
Is it like a double door?
No, it is a single door. It has a handle, like a turning handle, with a small key lock in it, and then above that there is a second lock, a second lock with a key, deadbolt style.
So it's like the type of thing where like
Is there a
between the
window
door
in it?
and the wall, there's like a little like metal rod that sticks through like a normal lock, right?
Yes, yeah.
Is there a window?
I don't know
in it?
how Mitch.
There are
please.
Mitch. There are no windows. There were houses.
Okay.
I don't know how you treat magic weapons in your world, but it's the type of thing where he could like kind of like stick his sword like kind of in the like between the door and the wall and kind of like cut through the fucking like lock bit, so he can just kind of push the door open.
All right, so
I don't know how you treat.
yeah,
I'm just
I'm
curious
gonna
how,
say
like-
no on that, but I'm also gonna say, Owen, give me an investigation check. See if you can get a more complete picture of this.
Sure. I'm very good at investigation. That is
Hey!
better than I expected it to be.
This isn't going too well for the role reversal here. It's definitely like the first thing you know is like this is definitely a pretty old beaten up warehouse, but very well kept. It's not like it's got like all the telltale signs of something that doesn't see a lot of activity. You kind of begin like kind of feeling a bit and just kind of like seeing it's very flush. There is the deadbolt above, and then there is this, and it's so flush you almost definitely could not get your sword in there without damaging the door. Like you would have to do a full tilt swing. There's a chance you could hit, like it would be a very careful swing to get that.
Okay, follow-up question. What if I use my sweet magic sword to cut an Owen-sized hole in a door or wall, and then keep the piece, and then when I leave, I just put the piece back in the
This
door
is wonderful.
Do you have
Okay,
mending?
your sword is not a lightsaber.
I'm aware, but like
It does
Owen,
force damage, magical force damage. What? It literally has the force.
Owen, like he can use, it's not.
He can
he
slice
has-
the dice and make. a
I
square.
interpret the enchantment on his sword to mean that he's got like an enhanced understanding of how to wield it, and he can use his magic to help him, right? So I feel like it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to do something like that with the aid of magic. Whether it fits back in place, like
I will agree that you could, like, you could cut through the door or the wall. It would probably make a lot of noise.
That's fine.
Like, your sword is strong enough that you could cut through it. It still would. Like, even reinforced, it's gonna take a few swings, and you're gonna be going full tilt, but you could probably do it.
Okay. With that knowledge in hand, Owen kind of glances right, glances left, steals back across the street, and then
You would be, like, the way the, from where Amari was, the way the door and the double doors are facing, you cannot currently see him.
but like I'm returning to the spot that Amari was in.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I get that. I'm just like,
Okay, so Owen returns. He takes a few moments to take some deep breaths, steel himself, and then he describes what he has seen to Amari, and then he asks him, "I've seen Simon fix clothes with magic.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you can do as well?"
I'm not really a fixer. I'm more of a. He makes like a fist, and then just makes like a, and it just like opens his hand up.
Well, I have a plan, but I might need Simon to make it work.
I'm just making sure. You said there was no windows in the door, or just no windows at all?
No windows at all.
That sucks.
Logan, has Simon expressed an opinion on this venture? I don't recall.
What part of the venture?
Burning down a warehouse
burning?
in order to get the guy to put us in contact with the other guy.
Simon is okay with you guys doing it, but doesn't want to partake.
Fuck. Damn.
If you can make a small hole in the wall somewhere, I can get us inside. Quietly.
What do you mean?
I can move myself and then move you into the building, as long as I can see where I'm going.
Are we talking like keyhole or?
Could you see through the keyhole?
Could I see through the keyhole then?
You could not when you were doing it.
Do I surmise that that's because it's dark inside, or because the keyhole doesn't go all the way through the door?
Give me a retroactive perception check. As
We
part
do a lot
of
of
your
those.
investigation check.
I am so good at these.
It doesn't go all the way through. But also, you have no reason not to believe that it's not black inside. There's no windows. No one goes in. Whatever is in this warehouse, it's very much black, essentially. So you would need something he could see and sort of light.
Well, my sword can produce light, but
So-
I can't put the sword on the other side. Damn it!
Well, here's what you do: just jab a fucking
If you
hole
could
in.
make,
No, but he would still
you
need to
could-
be able to see what's on the other side, right?
Well,
And if
yeah,
there's
jab
no
two
light-
holes in and light up the sword once. You know. So you can stare through one hole and see the sword light from the other one.
if you can make a hole big enough for a bucket or something, I can get light inside.
I can make such a hole without it being like, if you look at a wall and there's like a little crack in the wall, then is that like, oh my gosh, someone broke into that warehouse?
I mean, it may look suspicious long term, but if you keep it kind of conspicuous now, you'd at least have the benefit of
We
time.
put a board over it or something.
Yeah, like, it doesn't look like people take insanely good care. So, Lenore has occasional problems with hurricanes. This is known. Hurricanes, massive storms, things like that. These are not built to
So
last
damage
forever.
to a warehouse.
Damage is definitely not surprising either. It's a thing where someone may notice, but it almost definitely would not be something that would be noticed if you kept it in an inconspicuous spot anytime soon.
Amari does.
Just find a weak spot on the wall that looks like a hurricane could come through, and we just hole there or a crack.
It's magic that will get us inside, right? Does it make noise?
Nope.
Very well. Owen will turn back to the building. He will close his eyes for a moment, as he has never done this before. And he will hold out his right hand, as Amari has seen him do many times. And in Garish, he will whisper, "Be silent." He will cast a spell.
Silence?
What spell do you guys think
Oh
this is?
shit!
Silence! Yes!
Oh,
You know it's a
shit.
ritual, right? Good
I
ritual
do,
cast this.
but I also don't care about spending 10 minutes to cast it.
Okay.
Don't care for.
So this is where on the warehouses?
So I probably should have asked this question before I cast the spell, but like obviously not on the street side. And if there was a spot that I saw that there was already some damage, that's where I would cast
Okay.
it.
So, assuming the street is the north, I'll give you this little diagram. Little door here, big doors here, water.
And we're like over here or something.
Yeah, that's where you go.
Okay, so probably not next to a door because that's like a focal point. So like maybe
Somewhere
over
around that
here.
area. Okay, all right. The two of you speed across to the other. Are you bringing Mari with you now?
Why does my thing say it's colliding with the wall?
I wanted to make it all dramatic, but I've already botched it, so it's fine. The idea was going to be Owen cast the spell, fucking goes to town with his sword, so that there's no noise of chopping, and then Amari casts the spell as Owen takes down the silent spell, because as far as I'm aware, you can't cast spells while you're in silence
Sound
because
cannot
you
be
have to be able.
created.
Yeah.
I mean, he could do it from farther away.
Either way, I don't think it really matters as long as we all
A
understand.
couple of very careful swings and a what are you doing? Like stabbing a hole into it, swinging a hole? How do you?
So
want
it's like Owen he places the tip of his sword against the wall, and then he wills his power into it, and he shoves into it. It's a thrust.
All right, so thrusting a few times to just create like a nice kind of not round, but a nice more
sword-shaped.
open hole in order to see inside.
Owen's thrusting his sword into the wall a few times. You know?
It is pitch black, but with less than a minute of careful work, it goes vaguely with the grain as well, so it could look like a chip or something, though obviously a little too clean.
Can I take a I'm sure the wood chipped some. Can I take like a wood chip? And once the silence goes down, can I cast light on it?
Sure.
And then just push it through the hole.
Push the little chip of wood through, and it lights up. You can see there are stacks of crates and things.
Quickly.
Mario rubs his hands together. First time casting this. Hope it goes well. And he holds his hand out to Owen, and Owen is briefly absorbed in dark mist, and his body goes pale and immediately shifts into the building as he looks through it. Crack, that is, and he appears on the other side, reforming from the black mist as I cast Misty Step through.
Oh, that's so cool, dude!
All right.
You also gain 10 temporary hit points
Let's
For how
hope
long?
that I don't need those.
until a long rest.
Okay.
Well, that's actually.
Or he loses.
Nick, you
them.
don't need those? Okay.
I mean, we can still hope that I don't need them.
Yeah.
Is there a way? Oh, plus temp. Okay. 10.
And Amari he does the same to himself, and he appears on the other side.
You have gotten into the warehouse, the esteemed warehouse. What now? You can see there are... so opening up, it is a single, very wide, very tall warehouse built pretty much the same as the rest. There are stacks of crates and boxes throughout. There's not a lot of organization to it. They are just kind of a bit scattered.
Can I read like the binders to see what the books are? about?
Inside
Or
books?
if there's no titles on the
I didn't say
binders, then
books.
flip through one or two.
I didn't say books. It's like crates and boxes.
Oh, misheard.
He materializes books and reads them.
See, that's why you need to get the book cat.
Mmm.
Amari, we need to be quick. We'll look around. See if we can find anything suspicious.
He'll pick up the wood chip and just hold it in the palm of his hand.
Using
to
it as like a
give us
little
light.
tiny torch. It's
Yeah.
a comically small torch.
It's a comically small torch.
But it still gives off full light, so it's really ridiculous looking.
A follow-up question. Since there's no windows, we should be good, right?
I mean, as long as you're quiet, yeah, you should be good.
So quiet. We're so quiet.
Obviously.
We begin the search.
What are you looking for?
Anything. So what this face told us that he's had guys in here before, and all they found in the crates was like mundane junk.
Things that were expected.
Anything that's not that.
Okay, anything that you wouldn't expect to be sitting in a warehouse. All right,
Yeah.
each of you give me an investigation check. Also, if you're going to be prying open crates, do you have crowbars, or are you using swords, or what?
I have a magic sword.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with you using the magic sword to pry it open.
Oh boy.
Fuck.
Starting off strong.
Is guidance on a skill check or an ability check?
Yeah, ability check.
Those are the same things you just said.
Yeah,
You are.
they're the same thing.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna inspire you.
Oh, my man. Okay. So, Owen
Good
will. Owen will. He will again focus for a second and close his eyes, and he will say, "Show me the way." He will cast guidance on himself.
Are you also going to be using his inspiration?
I don't see why not.
D8 plus D4.
Plus 1d4 plus 1d8. I don't know if I wrote the. Is there supposed to be a space between the pluses, or does it
I don't
matter?
think you need a
I don't think so.
No.
So good.
What the fuck?
I rolled a 5.
5, a 4, and a 2.
I mean, hey, Karat's putting in some work. You know what I'm saying?
Karat's putting in as much work as everything else here.
More than Ariho. Jeez.
So
It's like there's like 6 other numbers that could have been better, and it chose that one.
you guys begin looking through, and Amari, for one reason or another, you're not really finding anything you like. You start like looking, kind of like just like one crate is not shut, like it's not nailed shut. You kind of open it, and it's textiles. It's literally fucking like unprocessed, like hempen for shirts. And you find more of that. You find another one with leather. It has been tanned, but not processed. As far as you can tell, it is just for some sort of leather worker or some sort of clothing shop. Owen, you begin searching with him. You pry open one, and you move it, and you guys are in here for half hour, 45 minutes at this point, just kind of like pry open, move, Finally, you kind of like move one, start to pry open a crate that was under another one, and it is full of weapons.
Ooh.
There is no rhyme or reason to them, but short swords, long swords, axes, a couple of pickaxes, daggers, any sort of weapon.
Are they marked in any way?
They are not. The only thing of note is it looks like a vague amount of what looks like the leathers has been used so they didn't like clang together or anything, like wrapped just enough so they wouldn't make noise. And it is packed to the gills.
How old does the crate and do the weapons look?
I mean, it doesn't look like it's been sitting for a while. You can't get an obvious estimate because they've been protected from the elements, but there's not, like, overt cobwebs on them or anything, so it couldn't have been more than... It couldn't have been more than a month or two, at least. And the more you investigate, yeah, like... People have definitely, like... You can't make out time. You can't make out exactly anything else, but people have definitely been here more recently than has been let on.
Must be a secret door somewhere if no one seems to see someone come in and out. Maybe there's a trap door somewhere.
I'd like to imagine nobody saw us come in.
That too.
And there's the damn sight difference between two men going inside and moving an entire crate of weapons in.
Being that Amari is probably not focused on looking for contraband as prevalent from his natural one, can you look for structural structure beams?
I mean, that would still be... That's still, like... There are a few. It is fairly obvious where they are.
Okay.
There's something specific you're looking for, or?
Looking specifically to see if he can calculate if a section of it were removed, how much would need to be removed to have the whole thing come down. Just pre-calculating that.
Give me...
Intelligence?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna say an intelligence check. Alright, so across the middle, so it's rectangular, and across the middle are 4 structural beams. You figure if the middle 2 were knocked out, it would probably come down pretty quickly. If you knocked out one of the middle 2, you can't say for sure either way. But if those middle 2 went down, this thing would come down pretty quick.
How far apart are they?
They're maybe 10, 15 feet apart each.
Good.
I don't like the way that you said that.
Owen, are you still looking through crates?
So, like, Amari has brought up trapdoors.
He stopped looking, obviously, and has been, like, staring at the ceiling for a little bit.
Looking up, that's very good. You see a man hanging from the ceiling. No.
Oh, fuck. I was like, oh, fuck.
It's man-bat.
I can't believe they already made
the night mist.
No one ever looks up.
It's the night mist.
Well, by plan.
And that's when the night mist turns to the camera and shoots it with his crossbow 4 times.
Anyway, so what you got?
So Amari has mentioned trapdoors. Is there any, like, you know, like, there's, like, in the mystery novel, there's the bookcase that has, like, the, you know, scratch marks on the floor, which indicates that there's a hinge. You know, something like that. Is there any of that going on here?
Looking around with your combined investigation checks, you don't really find it.
Does it look like any of the crates have been moved recently? Like dust having been shifted?
I mean, all of them look like they have been moved in roughly the same amount of time, sometime in the last month or two. At most. Could have been sooner. Like,
does it look like any of them are raised slightly?
Dust, but...
Does it look like any of them are raised slightly off the floor?
Not from what you can tell.
Okay.
Other than that... Alright, yeah, were you gonna check any more crates? For the record, that crate would have been, like, one of the ones that, like, stacked below 2 more crates full of heavy shit that you had to move, check. Like, even just checking a random crate seemed legit, checking a second crate seemed legit, and then finally you had one that was under 2 other heavy boxes, you moved those, and that one was full of the weapons. Like, it was... The way you found it, it was decidedly meant to be hidden.
Okay. Firstly, I don't fucking know where to go with this, but like every once in a while, Owen will just stop and listen, make sure there's not like somebody creeping besides us.
Footsteps.
Give me a perception check. Sounds of the waves of the Shine Gulf below you and around you is all you hear. And the occasional sound of footsteps from Amari moving around and looking and, you know, just doing
And
some Amari
hawing.
things.
Secondly, I guess Owen will just look for more crates like that one. Like ones that, you know, if there's a triple stack, like he'll look for the bottom one.
You move a couple, you prop up the next one has sets of armor in. There are breastplates, there are all modicum of leathers, there's chainmail. It's probably about, I'd say, 6 or 7 full sets of armor.
No full plate.
Is there like markings on it?
Again, no markings. They're in varying qualities. There was no... It doesn't look like they were all made and put here. It looks like... Like, it doesn't look like it was all made at once and then installed here. It looks varying qualities.
And there's no like craft person marks or anything like that on it.
Made by or commissioned by
Maker's Mark.
Sir.
Yeah, Maker's Mark. Searching, not really. Like, one of the chest plates mention it does mention one that I'm not pulling up for my notes are being loaded. But one does mention one that you don't immediately recognize, but there is a Maker's Mark. I will get you the exact specifications of Charisma. On like the inside like collar of a chest plate.
And I suppose I don't recognize that.
You do not.
Amari. Come over here. Take a look at this.
Meander my way over. Give it a gander. Do I recognize it?
Give me a history.
History, you say?
History, I say.
Big.
That is... Investigate for a minute. It looks similar to the mark on your sword.
And I got that from Walker, and I don't remember where Walker got that.
You
Walker
don't immediately
bought the
recognize
swords.
it as somewhere, but
Walker bought the swords from an armsman.
in Starshore.
No, it was Typic Rest, wasn't it?
Starshore.
Yeah, because I thought they had the swords by the
Partial.
time. Oh no, he made them wooden practice swords.
He didn't make those. They bought those as well.
But the actual, like, the cool marble steel short swords were bought in Starshore.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I believe it. Though my heart was telling me Typic Rest, or maybe even Cole.
Double check. Sorry, I wasn't expecting to have to reference.
No, I'm pretty sure,
Yeah.
because Cole, you asked, I think, and, like, Ben was just like, no.
Oh, yeah, no, I just double checked. Yeah, it was Starshore.
There you go.
I didn't put it down in my notes somewhere. It must have been on one of the sessions. I forgot to take notes. Sucks to suck, I guess.
Is there like a conclusion based on all of the supplies that I can form? Like, is this like a stockpile for some dude's private military? Is it a
Give me
red
a wisdom
band
check.
cache? Like, what's going on here?
Is there full plate in this box?
Before you give me a check, did you want to investigate more?
Yes.
How long do you want to spend investigating? That's going to affect the DC of this. So.
I think Owen is willing to. He will stay here until he can find some answers or exhaustion sets in.
All right.
Or exhaustion begins to set in.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, you check a few more, and probably an hour or so goes by. Are you replacing the crates after you check them?
Yes.
Okay. That is going to take longer, but will obviously help cover your tracks. It is more of the same. Armor, textiles, weapons, a crate that is just full of racks of bolts. You find amongst the weapons, there's one that's got, like, it's a taller kind of, almost like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's a case that's shaped like a chest of drawers, very tall, like an armoire, and it is just covered. There are maybe 32 longbows in it, all of various makes. No consistency to them. Some of them are having a little bit of fraying on the string. Some of them having seen others looking pristine. Another one with a couple of crossbows, a couple of short bows. You see this, at first you think it's just a regular hand crossbow, but it's actually different. It is a hand crossbow that attaches to the wrist and can be, like, concealed.
Are any of these like so for the bolts, for example, is the crate like packed efficiently to where if I took out like a case of bolts or several bolts or one bolt, it would be immediately obvious?
Probably not. Like, assuming that the eye for detail that whoever did this has is the same as their eye for packaging, which is pretty much none, then no. Because again, it's all kind of haphazardly thrown together, and only, like, it's only, how do I describe it? Like, it's only popcorn packed to keep things from knocking around during transport, obviously.
And the funny wrist crossbow, is that like a special thing, or does it have its own box?
No, it's just in with a couple of other ranged weapons and a couple of you can see like some shivs and things, some more how do I describe it? Subterfugal weapon. If you'd like to know whether or not you can like figure out how it works or something, I would allow an intelligence check. See if you've ever come across anything like this or know how it works intuitively or anything.
Could Amari too?
I know somebody who will, so Owen will swipe a case of bolts, and unless Amari wants to take a look at it, he will swipe that funny crossbow too.
Amari, if you'd like to take a look at it.
Intelligence, you say?
Yes.
Glad I didn't dump this.
Well, so it's okay. Is it
technically?
It's not incredibly difficult to figure out, but it's just a matter of you kind of like mess with it for a second, just look at it, and the way it seems to work is essentially it's the crossbow version of the assassin daggers from Assassin's Creed.
I can't believe you I cannot believe you said that. Cannot believe you actually went there.
Where
that sentence physically.
Where the way you move forward will actually fire a bolt out. Mechanically a hand crossbow, but it can be fired as a bonus action and requires an action to reload.
It's neat.
It has been retrofitted and looks like it's seen use, but it's in good condition. You continue this for about another hour, so you find more weapons, more armor, very haphazard, inconsistent. Go ahead and give me a wisdom check, Owen. Let's see what you can put together with all this information you've got.
By wisdom, do you mean insight check?
I'm gonna say straight wisdom.
Straight wisdom. Well,
not trying to read any people or anything. You are just trying to figure out if you can put together everything in this room.
Is this something that I can ask for Karad's guidance on here, bud?
One ability check of its choice. Are attributes ability checks?
Yes.
Okay, then yes.
What am I missing? Karad, show me the way.
Fingers crossed.
Yikes.
Oh.
For the record, yikes.
Hey, Karat,
What
did
is
roll
that,
max,
dude?
to
Oh.
be fair.
What is that?
You know, I'm happy I didn't say yes to the insight check, because then you'd really feel like shit about that.
Dude, I
natural
would.
one.
So if you said yes to the insight check, that would be a 12 on a natural 1.
Yeah, that would suck.
And to be fair, still be a 12 either way.
Oh, that's
Oh.
so disappointing.
So,
My smart lad.
you rack your brain and... There's nothing, Owen. If Nick has anything else he can figure out, I would obviously, but the...
I cut out as you were explaining how the hand crossbow worked.
William, if you'd like to fill him in the text.
Okay.
I think the only other question that immediately occurs to Nick, and I guess maybe Owen, although maybe not, is are all of the mundane goods like obviously a cover for all of the weapons and such, or does it look like a holistic stockpile of things that soldiers need in the field?
It definitely is not like the other things that aren't combat armaments are definitely not. It comes across more like a textile trader or a warehouse for someone who is going to be doing a lot of, you know, making clothing more than anything. There's no backpacks, there's no pouches, there's no cloaks. There might be a couple, but it's not like overtly like heavy cloaks for traveling. It's not. There's no setups for like rations. They're not expecting like anything like that.
And we
Amari,
know-
if you wish to ask Amari to see if he was able to come up with something.
What do you make of all this, Amari?
Mitch, if you have anything, a wisdom check.
Wisdom or insight?
Wisdom.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Wisdom.
It doesn't matter. It's the same thing.
My man!
Oh, the
Be
dice giveth, the
if
dice
true.
taketh away.
I'm balancing the cosmos. It's
As
fine.
you're looking through all this shit, like, you can see Owen kind of, like, maybe getting frustrated at just, like, you can see, like, there's something on the tip of his tongue, and, like, it's something that you start to recognize. You get that, like, aha moment. You've been across shit like that. This is how the Red Band got their shipments back at the Sefshine Crim.
This is like Red Band material.
The inconsistencies with quality, all of it. Just like the more you see it, you have that aha moment, and it's very Red Band.
Yeah, this is shipments for Red Band.
Owen's head almost like his gaze snaps to Amari, and he says, almost like under his breath, he says, "Are you absolutely sure?"
Yeah, there's nothing really too fancy about it. Everything's kind of mismatched. It doesn't seem like it's mass produced, or it seems like it's been collected Because, you know, there's been several of those bounties where you can just turn in armor and weapons for money.
Aye.
Seems like just that. And there's no like full plate or anything in there.
No.
And would the subterfuge crossbow be considered a hand crossbow or no?
Mechanically, it would be considered a hand.
Making it real hard for me not to just burn this bitch to the ground, man.
Again, there's still that thing. There is something weird because it was obvious that all these weapons and things have been hidden.
Maybe Verona's trying to, or someone's trying to gather red band here for some reason? Or supply red band here?
Here's what I'm thinking, Marty.
Hmm?
What do we know? We know when we got to Verona, there was a fuckload of Sons Chosen outside with orders to bar the red band from Verona. We know that the Sons Chosen have been ordered to surrender to Garish troops on sight. We know that the Red Band have established themselves in Kintaran. And now we find a warehouse full of weapons and equipment that, if what you say is true, is obviously meant for them. What if there was a coup afoot? Or something like it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think we should get out of here and tell the others what we've learned. This could change things.
I think I could also bring this place down fairly easily. How high is the ceiling?
The it's kind of
connected area I saw.
The what?
From the connected beams I saw, how high up is it?
It looks like maybe 18 feet or so. It's steepled,
Good enough.
like it's got a few foot steeple going into the middle where the beams support it.
Mm-hmm. I could bring this down. I just need to see if we have a way out, because if I bring it down, it'll come down quickly.
I don't know if that's wise. You know, I don't want to rush into things. We know that we can get in easily now. We could always return tomorrow night.
Yeah, we could. Let's see if we can get out the door. But we don't have to use more of my magic to get out.
Very well.
Heading to the direction of where was the door at?
So this is the big water door.
And then
this is the small door.
Yes, that's the small door. The right hand,
Okay.
like on the far corner. You head to it.
Oh, wait, here?
Both of them are smaller doors, right?
Okay.
No,
One of them is an emergency-esque exit, and the other
Door?
one is a smaller door.
Door here. Emergency.
Okay.
Here.
That makes more sense.
Main door.
Oh, got it.
Makes more sense.
You head over
Just
to
that is
the
hard to-
main door that isn't one of the large barn-style warehouse doors.
Is it easy enough to just flip the switch,
There is
the
a
handle
deadbolt
lock
to
in
turn.
the...
There's a little switch to open it, but also there is chain tied around it, locked from the inside. Like there is a deadbolt,
Nice.
like there is a locking key lock on chain which is wrapped around it, and then wrapped around a metal bar attached to the side.
So somebody really
Yikes.
didn't want anybody to come through this door.
Locked from the inside.
Locked. Hang on.
Wait.
Wait. Locked from the inside.
What
He is
about
on
the big door?
What?
We checked the other door. Owen checks the other door.
The other door, it is double iron barred shut with crates pushed against it. You have to like shove a couple crates out of the way just to get to it.
What about the big
In the
door?
big door?
The big door, you can see similarly, it has It has a chain. It has like two, how do I describe it? Like two large pipes that are like handles, which are chained shut. You will have seen them on the outside. They were chained shut and then locked. On the inside, they're chained shut and locked.
Yeah, we need Walker to find a hidden door in here.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Ben, but there is no way without using magic to enter this place from the outside via the doors. Like there's...
I mean, seems accurate. Someone has locked it from the inside.
There's definitely a secret-ass door in here.
Need to get out of here, Amari.
Yeah, to the crack.
An in-character laugh from Amari made that.
Owen just gives you the really disappointed dad look.
Amari just shrugs.
Christ.
To the crack.
Alright. So, to the crack you go.
And
actually,
again-
hold on.
Oh?
Like, as soon as Amari's just like to the crack, Owen like puts a hand on his shoulder and stops him from going, and then he closes his eyes and he listens as hard as he can for anything.
A perception check.
Could inspire you. Okay.
It is sounds of the waves below you, above you, around you. You're on a dock. There's the occasional sound of a seabird. Footsteps. Pretty far away. Don't sound like they're getting closer. You can hear a couple people laughing, kind of echoing across the water.
All right, let's go.
Right. Mari pushes the light through the crack, and again, you are whisked away through the crack in a
Well, we should-
ball of mist.
We should have some light.
Yeah, there's some light
because-
outside.
Yeah.
Like, there's no
Oh,
light
well,
in
then I
so-
won't. I'll dismiss.
No
I'll
need to
dismiss
draw
the light.
undue attention.
I'll dismiss the light, and you gain. Never mind. You just keep 10 temporary
You
hit
keep
points. I was
10
hoping for more.
And you each, with 2 more good uses of that, you bamf your
Misty
friend, and then yourself, both back outside.
We should go.
Quickly.
Should we be invisible for this? For the walk back to make sure we're not followed?
Let's take a roundabout way and make sure to keep an eye out.
You guys begin to head back. Give me a perception checks.
Inspiring Owen, please.
Oh, my man.
He really
Okay,
doesn't
though.
want to fucking be... Yeah, you guys are gonna have so many enemies waiting at that fucking house the last night you returned.
It's okay. Owen is amazing at perception checks.
You didn't add your... You're not
didn't-
using your inspiration?
Well, I thought you could roll before. I guess you have
After,
to choose.
yes, you can roll after you
Okay.
see the result.
Okay,
the
but
DM says-
before you...
You know what? Let's just fucking slap it in.
It only lasts 10 minutes,
Slap it.
so I mean, it's you either use it now or it's gone.
Stop it.
25 is the check.
So you begin heading back, keeping the eyes and ears to the alleyways, making the most roundabout way possible back home. Something begins to... Like, after... I mean, I assume you're taking the very long way, just making
Oh,
sure, yeah. Start getting this feeling. The back of your head. And we're gonna go see what everyone else is doing.
You fucker!
Oh boy. Can I get some water real quick?
No.
Can we
You've
make them
had
wait
an
longer
hour to
get
go
some
get water.
You son of a bitch.
I had water back then.
Yeah, we will go ahead and take our last break of the evening.
Is there anything special about it I should note?
I will go over the wrist crossbow. Yeah, it can be fired as a bonus action.
Oh.
But it requires an action to reload,
Oh, okay.
and it can also be very, very easily concealed.
Oh boy.
Give it to Walker. Let him make you more. dual wield those fuckers.
Bitch just hiss at you?
I think he did.
At the idea of giving up
like that.
He turns into a fucking Nosferatu-esque bitch.
Yeah, don't give it the guy who like tinkers and creates things so we can like make like fucking 12 of them. So we all like. Imagine not having a party with 12 secret hand crossbows hidden in their sleeves.
Everybody just gets 2. Oh my god.
Evian gets 4.
Where? How did he shoot 4? Does he get on his legs?
Evian gets 6, actually.
Imagine you just kick someone and then they have a bolt in their stomach. And
well, he does. He stomps on their foot and then a fucking shot's fired into their toe.
Anyway.
Well, we got hand, foot, neck, dick. Easy.
Amari and Owen have finished their journey.
Have we finished our journey then? Because I get the distinct impression that we have not finished our journey.
You guys have finished your story for the time being. I tied it up. You're fine.
This chapter of their journey has come to a close.
Heading back to the house, Walker and Ishri. To Rom and Evian.
Walker
Ready to take it away?
Do we see them on the fucking roof?
Were you guys sparring on the roof or just napping on the roof?
I thought it was established that we were punching each other or something?
On the roof.
On the roof or the pseudo arena made in the living room?
Well, I mean, we were napping on the roof.
Yeah.
Did no one clean up the living room?
Owen and Simon did a very good job of cleaning up the fucking house last night.
If there's no danger of falling off, we spar on the roof.
No, there's not. So yeah, you guys would see them.
Okay,
Until the cops show
let me
up
get
and
into
ask
character.
you
Let
what
me
you're
get into
doing.
character. Huh? What the fuck are you doing up there?
Oh god damn it! Hold on.
Punching!
Get the fuck inside!
It is
These
like
fucking people, I swear to God.
That looks like a good use of time. Yes?
I guess we get inside.
Walker almost glares at Ishri, but then kind of forces himself not to. It's extremely, before explaining, it's extremely conspicuous to do that on a rooftop.
This is actually very true. That is an incredibly stupid move on their part. You are very right.
I fucking
Walker
hate
heads inside.
You guys head inside where you can see presumably hours of training between Rom and Evian, both well and tired from the humid days.
How
training.
long were you doing that?
A while? What?
I don't remember I don't know if you remember anything about yesterday, but we're expecting a visit from the Intlier, and we're trying not to seem like psychopaths who would attack children randomly on the street.
Why can't a friend teach another friend a little unarmed self-defense?
You can't
Is
just
that so
do
wrong?
it on the roof.
Why not?
Because we're trying not to look like psychopaths who would attack children in the street.
Aren't you also wanted, Evian?
I mean, I suppose.
I mean,
We're trying not to be
I've
conspicuous.
literally been
Fighting on a roof?
What? Yes, well, no shit. But I've literally been in prison in the last few days, so I think if they knew who I was, I'd be gone already.
Well,
So,
not every officer or guardsman is going to have every bounty memorized. But the point is, we're not trying to incriminate ourselves any further, and with an impending visit, we don't want to be doing anything conspicuous like that.
All right, point taken.
If you want to continue, you can do it inside, as long as it's not in the living room.
Why not the living room? Oh, because of the visit.
If they visit, it'll be the first room they see, and we don't want it to look like there's been a fight there.
So, heading inside to the considerably cleaner than whence last you returned house. you guys are doing? Get away.
Walker kind of sits back down at the table from before. What a mess.
What, the people fighting on the roof? The mess?
That's just one part of it. This whole thing's a mess. Mari and Owen are going to go burn down a fucking warehouse.
It's just a warehouse. Don't you?
You remember the conversation we just had, don't you?
I believe so.
Trying not to be conspicuous. Arson's not exactly inconspicuous.
So you think we should do anything? That we should spend the last few days that we have here doing nothing and helping no one? Sitting on our asses?
Nope.
We have a chance to help someone who is wrongly imprisoned. We should do everything we can to help them. Even if it means a little risk. Life is risk.
You should be careful with that attitude, Ishri. Doing everything you can isn't exactly always wise. We can always just run at the prison haphazardly, hoping that we somehow get through all the guards. That
Oh,
isn't
I don't
exactly a
think
smart
that's what
choice.
she meant.
It isn't.
Yes.
Where do you draw the line?
So instead, we do what we can. I don't really understand how burning the warehouse down, but we make a plan and we go ahead. I'm not saying don't be wise. I'm saying that just because something is risky doesn't mean you don't do it.
The term that applies here is reasonable precautions. While I trust that Owen and Amari aren't going to do anything unreasonable or put themselves in unreasonable danger, it doesn't mean it's not the riskiest thing we've done here so far. Aside from fucking yesterday.
I mean, here's the other thing, Walker. Regardless of what your opinion is of it, they're going to do it. They're going to go and investigate the warehouse. They're going to go and they're probably going to burn the fucker down. And there's nothing you can do to stop them.
Did I try
The least
to?
you can do is help them out. But they're not. They're going to do what they're going to do. You might as well help them and keep them safe. Do what you can to help.
Again, it's about reasonable precaution. Sending more people would be more dangerous. A larger group would be more easily spotted. The best we can do for them now is wait.
Yes.
And Walker doesn't wait, he fucking goes and works. He does glance at the unfinished project and feel a bit bad that he abandoned Rom earlier.
Well, I mean, as long as he is within like supervising distance, she might attempt to finish up.
I mean, if he does, he'll work nearby and continue his advising, his teaching. What the instruction? There we go. That works. Instruction.
Simon! Knocking out another 2 hours of research. Do you have anything else?
Simon will head home after. Is Rick home yet or no?
Rick is, yes.
Because I'm pretty sure our last conversation was.
Rick will have arrived before you and after the majority.
Simon will ask about the money again, see where he's at on that.
We agreed not to be dealing with that until Ron made her decision on whether or not she stay. You know, don't want hot water if Frog's gonna stay. And he kind of like halfway through that like stops, and you can tell he was trying to do a saying like Rob does, just fucked it up.
Got it. I just making sure. I didn't know if you might have pulled some out just in case. I don't know.
I will have you know, I always pull out just in case.
No.
Sarah just stares at him blankly, like.
Thank you. I'm here all week.
Good one, Rick.
One of the worst jokes I think I've ever made.
It was pretty bad. It was.
I think. But anyway, I don't know, when everybody gets around, kind of looks around, looks to everybody else. Where is Owen and Ari?
They're,
All right.
they're looking to go burn a house down. Warehouse.
Investigating the warehouse.
Wait,
that they're-
Okay, that changed. I think through osmosis I heard about your little plan, but burning a house down. Okay, Ishri, a house and a warehouse are very different.
Warehouse.
Burning a warehouse down doesn't sound awful. Sure.
Well, they don't know. We're not for sure if they're gonna actually burn it down tonight, or I'm pretty sure they're just investigating.
All right. Well, in any case, when they get back, I have news. Not really, but yeah, I've been asking around, been trying to figure out. I don't know, this red band shit. Shakes his head again. I'll tell you when y'all. And
Sounds like a plan, then.
he begins making tea.
What kind is it this time? Can we smell it?
It is green tea with honey.
Fucking hate green tea. Oh god.
Does Simon?
I'll make sure someone hates it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Logan, it's like
Logan's metagaming his tea
everyone's got their
preferences.
problem. Mitch is a loot goblin. Logan hates green tea.
William's just a terrible person and not fun to hang out with. You know, basic stuff.
Anyway, so as you guys all begin to coalesce, we will return back.
Can I just
yeah, go
quickly,
ahead.
like,
No
establish in hindsight
Sure.
that Rom would have left a note for Beale saying, you know, she doesn't, not super sure if she's gonna come around today, doesn't know what other people's plans are, etc. Just so you're not, you know, leaving loose ends.
Sure, no problem.
Does Rom have anything to say when they finish the project?
I mean, how does it look?
Give me another dexterity check. Let's see how she did.
Wouldn't I be doing like
All
help?
right.
Wouldn't I technically be helping? Since
Yes.
I'm giving her something easy and directing her through it.
But also, this is that's the reason I'm letting her kind of roll, and it's not just turning out to be garbage the same way you normally would the first time you do something. Give me a dexterity check. It's a book holder. It's not the best work, but it is free of splinters. It is fairly smooth. It's a little uneven. The corners aren't perfect, but for a first attempt, it is decidedly not bad.
Oh, there you go. That's one way to spend the day.
Well, at least I didn't ruin it.
There's no chance of that.
He just, like, raises an eyebrow.
Let's watch
Well,
him do it.
maybe when we next have free time, you can teach me how to decorate it. Do a little carving on this bottom edge here or something.
Maybe. Maybe so. And there you go. And thus ends the
Yeah.
father-daughter bonding.
The saga of the book holder, which I'm not even sure what you even do after that.
Does Ron have any plans for it?
Not yet.
Give it to Simon as a late Son's Day present.
Or she can give it to her e-boy after she abandons him.
Or she could
I
give
mean,
it to
I was
me and
kinda
I
thinking
could
about
kill
that.
people with it.
There you go. There you go. That's an option.
So many options.
He can break it over Ishri's head.
Hope you didn't do too much rounding on those corners.
I want to get that frying pan for Evian so bad.
Bonk.
Funny.
Anyway, so we go back to Amari and Owen returning.
Oh gosh.
You are taking the long way. You meander your way around a few of the bars and things in the Scald, eventually making your way further inland, eventually heading towards the prom. Each alley you cut through, each side street, just feel a little more on edge after seeing all these strange things and just the fact that something big, like strange, going on with them. Eventually, you make your way a few blocks well into the promise where you see someone standing next to a cart that seems to be making kebabs or something. And
Isn't it like
disheveled.
3 a.m.?
It's like midnight.
Felt like
it's
we were there
midnight
for a
1.
good long while.
It's like midnight 1 a.m.
We were there for about an hour, I believe.
You're searching for about an hour.
Yeah.
On top of that, travel taking a while, you left around 10-ish from your research.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's at least midnight. And you just see this person, and they kind of look at you, and back, and a couple of moments go by, and you kind of, you just walk past them, keep heading, and finally you're like a block away from the house, and now you know this person is following. They're meandering, kind of disheveled. It's very dark, obviously, as the city is whenever the sun isn't out. Just kind of wandering. Just after maybe half a block, like you notice it about a block away from home. Blocks, about half a block, they turn and leave.
They do what?
They turn and leave, going in a different direction.
Kink him.
Which direction?
Like if you were heading like a southern direction, they would have headed straight left.
And what is that way?
More of the promise.
East.
Yeah, it just keeps heading promise.
Like he's trying to move away from you guys?
Like, it was like, I'm imagining you guys weren't heading to the house with somebody following you.
Yeah, obviously not.
So, you kind of like started to circle, and by the time you like turned back and checked, they were gone, and you saw them moving into an alleyway east.
What do they look like?
A bit lanky, average-ish height, kind of disheveled hair, wearing a long cloak. You couldn't really make out anything else.
I'm going to hold my hand up in the telephone and point to Owen and just send him a message saying, should we follow him? Follow us.
Before I answer that question, so you said we saw him, was he at the food cart or was he manning the food cart?
At it. Not manning it, at it.
So could, like, based on where we have come from and where we first encountered this person, could they have gotten there before us, or is this somebody who is waiting for us or another one of our party members? Like,
you guys took a real long time to get this far, so they conceivably could have gotten there before you. They conceivably could have just been whatever.
And he was like for sure following us specifically.
Seemed like it was a decent couple of blocks, so it seemed like.
Owen turns to Amari and just nods, and then doubles back. Here we go.
Should we be I'll send him another message. Should we be invisible?
Oh my god.
Fuck. Owen thinks for a moment, looks down at his feet, and then just nods.
Oh my god! Upcast invisibility.
Fuck. We obviously make sure that nobody can fucking see when it happens.
Yeah. So into
step
an
into a
alley
phone
you go, and with the invisibility you go.
Together as 2 men.
Both of you give me advantage stealth checks.
Oh
Hey, Nick?
boy.
Hey, Nick.
What?
Do well?
Oh, dude, I'm gonna do so
Oh,
well.
Mari
dude.
did well.
Owen is the stealthiest of lads.
What's a roll advantage?
Are you
Hang on.
actually
You're rolling an
kidding me?
advantage.
Yeah, he did.
That is
He rolled a
Are you
6 and a
He's not
7.
wearing armor, is he?
He rolled a
William,
6 and a 7.
That is at advantage.
Yeah.
You're not. Oh.
I'm so
That's like 13.
What the
like
fuck,
13.
Nick? That was an average of 15. An average of 14.
I have nothing to say.
It's just not been Nick's night for the clutch
Can you give me a
rolls.
poem about
It
this?
was it all
Alright,
started
Hey, try your
going
spiritual
terribly
weapon.
when I rolled a 2. Fuck you, Mitchell.
Anyway, so
Fuck you.
you guys double back and you see the person slowly wandering, not being very sneaky. They really never were. Like, they were following at a decent distance, but not being stealthy. You see them kind of like wobble on their feet a bit, look to the left, to the right, then keep walking straight through another alley. They then turn left. At one point, they stop, and they look like back in your general direction, Owen. And like, this looks confused.
Instinctively, he just freezes.
Shake their head and start walking again.
Can I put my headcanon in here? I imagine Owen freezes in a funny like pose, but no
Like
one sees
half
it.
Nobody sees.
Those-
Only he knows.
He vogues. He vogues in place.
Like a Scooby-Doo pose.
Yes, a Scooby-Doo pose.
He's crunk against the rock wall.
Is there? So has he changed course? Is
Yes. After another alleyway, took a left, heading roughly north now.
Do I know of any prominent buildings that are in this direction that he might be heading?
Not really. You're still just kind of in the promise right now. I mean, eventually the Coliseum of Bones.
Yes.
But
he's in the Coliseum of Bones. He got us there.
Does he have a conspicuous red band around one arm?
no. I mean, do you want to like walk up to him?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Do
do.
you
but
fucking
I also
mutter
don't.
Hail Hydra?
You follow
Please
for
go
about
bully him while invisible, so it looks like people in green morph suits bullying a weatherman.
you follow for about another block, and then you see the man like look again and like look to the left at another house, right, like get like this almost like Eureka look of surprise, not surprise, but like of yeah, and move to the house next door. They start to walk up the stairs and fall just face first. After about
Like-
2 steps.
Like he passed out?
No, at first you think so, and after a second there's just this like silent sobbing.
Like
From him.
he's crying because he fell?
That seems like.
Oh my god, Vin!
Okay, I don't know where Amari is, so
Yeah, no, you have no idea where Amari is.
We're holding hands.
Oh, okay.
Please tell me they're holding hands.
You're being stalked by
you're doing-
little kids again.
We're doing the arm lock thing, not actually holding hands, I would assume. Because I had to
Is-
touch him immediately. I had to touch him to invisibility him. So I'd
Now
have
that-
at least an arm on him still.
now that we're closer, is there anything else we can discern about this person?
Young.
Are they child-sized?
No, young. Like I said, about average height. The clothing's nice but disheveled. There's a strong smell of alcohol.
Just some drunk.
It's a red herring.
I swear to God,
Shortish
this is just
hair.
some fucking kid who's just like,
You guys are so cool. I just wanted to meet you.
I mean,
so
shortish
like
hair,
your red hair.
kind of like a bit of like a gaunt face, just kind of like turned over, just like not crying, but just like physically sobbing, like with exhaustion almost, at trying to get up these stairs, and it's just given up as now sitting on the stairs.
Does he have the look of somebody who, like, this is his home and he just can't muster the energy to get up the
That's
stairs?
what it seems like. Based on what you followed, it seemed like a drug trying to get home. In the
Can
middle.
I say something?
Yeah.
To anyone who is listening to this currently or after the fact, I just want to let you know that everyone has those moments in their life where they have like eat shit and they know no one's around, so they're able to.
And
like,
it's
put
just
themselves back
it's the
together.
moment that breaks them.
Just know, Owen and Amari were watching the whole time.
Hey, he followed us first. Alright, so this is what I'm gonna do. Owen, he kind of tugs on Amari's arm and like, he does the thing where he like jerks his head back towards an alleyway and then he's like, wait, can't see me. So instead he pulls him in that direction and then he, a good distance away while keeping the guy in sight.
Okay.
He whispers to Amari, I say we confront him.
Should I or should you? Whispering, obviously. I can't whisper and do the Amari voice at the same time.
Can you drop the spell on me but keep it on yourself?
Amari shakes his head, then realizes you can't see him. No.
That was pretty good.
I'm going out there to talk to him. It's your call whether you stay or come.
He'll nod, and then remember you can't see him again, and just drop concentration while we're in the alleyway.
Owen takes a deliberate step around the corner.
I'm gonna do the thing where, like, I Scooby-Doo peek.
Yeah. Person is not passed out, still just sitting there, like, just that heavy breathing of exhaustion, of like just too much mental shit going on.
I take another step closer.
And then you gank him.
Uh,
And he uses bonus
Keep
action
moving
to make the
closer,
sword
or what?
glow.
Owen will be getting probably about 10 feet away before like making himself known if he doesn't notice him by then.
guy kind of looks up and just, motions up. I have just fire.
You there?
Yeah.
You were following me.
I thought you were some.
Who?
I thought you were a friend of a friend.
Why?
Because motions to like the hair. It's kind of like does these very overly. I thought you were some friend of a friend. I realized I'm stupid and dumb.
Just for my personal interest, Ben, has Owen ever seen another person with similar hair to him in Lenore?
Highlanders, right?
Yeah, like Highlanders sometimes, but redheads are very rare. Like they're pretty damn rare.
It's dark.
Yeah.
Tell me about them.
I never met it. I just thought it was a friend of a friend who I was told about.
What were you told?
Nice guy.
And who's the friend that told you this red-headed man was a nice guy?
Woman I loved that's gonna leave. I hate everything.
Is this Beal?
It can't be Beal. Owen has met
I'm about to
Beal.
say, is this Beal?
I double-checked with Alex that Owen hadn't met Beal. Fuck.
What? Are you serious?
No, he was
If
there.
he was at the thing
What do you
yesterday.
mean?
He was at the fucking thing yesterday.
They talked.
What do you
They
I made a
chatted.
very
Nick was
large
upset
mistake.
that he couldn't
God.
find
I
out that
made
Beal
a
worked
very
for the
large
government.
mistake. I even
fucking
PM'd Alex to
funny.
double check. I forgot about the thing when I was double checking something else because all of my notes are still not organized.
Oh
It's
my
okay, Ben.
God.
I can save
Oh
it.
my
fix
god, my
this.
fucking
We can
my
fix this.
ears are burning.
Don't worry, we can fix this.
Sudden recognition dawns on Owen, and he turns back to Amari and just kind of waves him over. And then he hunkers down next to Beal. It is in fact Beal, right? Like,
Yes, it is.
okay.
Yeah, like
hunkers-
you've never seen him like this before. The glasses aren't on. The hair's a mess.
he hunkers down next to Beal and says, "It's all right, lad. Come on, let me help you up." And he, with the kind of force that you use on your drunk buddy,
Yeah,
he's
he's fairly
gets Beal
light,
up.
and it does not take a lot.
Amari approaches and would help him up as well.
Come on, lad, up you come. You got a key.
He slowly starts stumbling up the stairs to the second floor, and eventually gets his key out and undoes it. Just wanted today to be good. Things to be good, and I fucked up.
It's all right.
Amari hasn't met Beal though. I don't think.
That's true.
I believe Amari, Evian, and Walker have not met him.
Correct.
Behind Beal's back, Owen just kind of whispers, "It's Rom's boyfriend."
Amari makes like the oh kind of face.
I found your key, lad. Have you got it?
I'm good. Good. You're
he-
nice, just like him.
Does he have the key, or do I need to help him?
He's got it in his hand, and he keeps holding it up and not using it.
All right,
Amari-
easy does it. And Owen will take him by the wrist and unlock the door.
Are you gonna hold his hand shut so he doesn't drop it?
Yep.
And he eventually, the door swings open and the key does not come out of it. He just... Rob... She always told me that I was... Oh... I made a mistake. I made a lot of mistakes. I'm afraid I'm gonna ruin everything for her now. And I don't know what to do.
Does he have a couch?
There is a couch.
Owen guides him over to the couch and sits him down. There we go. That's all right.
Thank you, kind stranger.
Can I get you some water?
I'm fine. I was just having some kebabs.
Owen looks around to get the sad boy some water.
Go and get him water and bring it back, and he's still half sitting up, doing that thing where he's ready to pass out and trying to stay awake.
Mari did have questions, but he doesn't ask because he looks like he's about to pass out.
There, drink up. Come on.
I'm good. I'm good.
No, it's good for you. I promise.
I'm good. I'm good.
How did you mess up?
And his eyes are pretty much shut at all times. You're pretty sure he still doesn't recognize you, Owen.
I was gonna hit him with maybe I'll keep that line in my back pocket in case it comes up.
I just want things to be better, and I told her to stay. I don't think it's right, and then I told her to go, and I feel like I made a mistake.
Well, you know what you could do? Tomorrow morning, you march right up to her door, and you say how you really feel.
I was gonna do it, but I couldn't. I did, but I was gonna do it again. And I was gonna follow you guys because I thought you were her friends, and I was gonna go do it because I got lost.
Well, listen. Man, I can't call him by his name. Listen, lad. This friend of your friends that you've never met, he sounds like a nice guy, right? He's probably something like a doctor, right?
Just kind of gives this overindulgent nod.
Hi, well, I don't know a lot of things, but doctors often know what's best, So, I bet he would say, if he were here, just like my friend said, you should tell her what's in your heart. And he, points at his heart, taps on it for emphasis.
I did that, but
Then why
I
do
think
you
she'll listen.
Why do you say you've made a mistake?
It might not go. What if something happens? Can't help her.
Whether she stays or goes, that's going to be her choice, isn't it?
And you know what they say, if you love something, let it go. But at least tell her how you feel, maybe. First.
But I did, I'm afraid she won't listen. Just kind of shakes his head again and begins, you could see he's getting ready to pass out. Scared I ruined everything. What if she leaves and then she dies? My fault. What if she stays and then she'll definitely die? And that's probably my fault too.
Or she stays alive forever.
Owen gives Amaria really.
He gives this little half smile and just stays alive forever. How will? Okay.
I'm gonna get a blanket and turn him on his side and blanket him up, tuck him in a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, we tuck the boy in for sure. Make sure he's nice and snuggled up with his blanket. His head's turned to the side so he doesn't drown in his own vomit.
Do you each kiss him on the forehead?
Did you at least take his cloak off?
Sure. We make sure he's comfy. We definitely take off his boots.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jesus Christ! Imagine waking up in the morning and thinking some random fuckers did this.
and then Owen and Amari never tell anyone.
That's wonderful.
Oh, that's some good shit.
And you end up heading off?
Yeah.
Yep.
After making sure he's good. Lock his door and then close the door.
Don't lock the door. I like having it unlocked.
Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to unlock when you're drunk. Sometimes.
Oh, surely you're not going to be going anywhere.
Well, no, but just in case.
In case of what?
He gives this overly comedic shrug and kind of untucks himself as he does.
Oh no.
Well, look what you've gone and done. I'm going to have to retuck that lad.
You're a lot like him.
I'm sure I don't know who you mean.
Okay.
Retuck him and don't lock the door this time and leave.
Pleasant dreams.
And you guys head out.
And then we burn his house down.
It'd be real
Don't do
impressive
that.
to burn a stone house down.
Excellent job.
outside on the street, Owen stretches. Oh, Mario, I thought the worst.
Me too. I thought this. I don't know what I wanted to think. I don't want to speak it into existence either.
Someday, we're going to remember this. We're going to think back on it, and we're going to laugh. Come on.
Today's not that day, though.
Let's go home.
I'm really tired.
I
used a lot of magic.
Owen pats him on the shoulder and then leads the way back home.
You all finally arrive back home.
Walker is in the kitchen slash crafts area, working on a crossbow. I believe at this point he is prioritizing Ishri's crossbow to get it out of the way so that he can start working on Dad's crossbow solely.
Ishri has changed back into her gross clothes that haven't been washed since the last time it rained, and is currently mending her dress that she ripped today with the by hand. Had to get by hand.
I think if Walker saw that, he'd probably ask her like, "What happened there?"
We were going to the place with the pretty people, so I wanted to wear the pretty dress, but I didn't want to go out without my armor on, so I figured I could just wear the pretty dress underneath the armor.
You might want to try to keep your the garments you wear with your armor separate from your going out clothing.
Why?
Walker kind of just nods with his head towards the clothing, so it doesn't get destroyed like that.
But I'm fixing it, and it's fine. And worst case scenario, Simon can just fix the rest of it.
Well, the idea is to keep it separate. If you want to have nice clothing, even mended clothing still has the Mars of the tear.
It's still soft. Then Yusha just goes back to mending it.
Well, I tried. William and Walker tried. That's what matters. What are the other folks up to? Are Vruck and Rom and Evian on hour 7 of their fucking slugfest? Good response.
I was muted, fixing something to eat, I guess.
Sorry, I was back like 10 feet in a different chair. Yeah, no, I assume we finished after being scolded by Dad.
Poorly
I mean,
cooking
he said
for my
they could do it inside if that's what they really want. But like, it's just dumb to do it on the roof where there's fucking gonna be guards watching our house.
Well, no one ever said we were smart.
What was Rom doing?
Poorly cooking for my friends.
Do we have like utensils to cook with?
I mean, yes, you have a...
I assume they came with the house.
Yeah.
The house came with fucking...
The house is furnished, my dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
Do you think they just gave us the empty house and they were like, okay, good luck for the week?
That's usually how rentals work, to be fair.
What are you
Well, yes, but
Modern
not
rental.
not
No.
Airbnb.
Never mind.
It's not like we signed a fucking lease for an apartment.
Fucking
It's a fantasy Airbnb.
The last campaign had finger guns. This one's got Airbnb.
Oh, this one still has. This campaign still has finger
Well,
guns.
yes, but last
Arrest
campaign
they
they
started
invented it.
finger guns and they will never die.
Anyway.
Guns don't even exist.
Anyway.
Finger crossbows.
Finger bows.
So, you guys continue your discussion.
And the others arrive?
Yeah, everybody else is there. Now, they arrive. It's very late. Like, everyone's probably, like, heading to bed or probably just maybe even only up while they're waiting.
Mario, like, walks in through the door with, like, a nervous laugh.
Owen just looks like he looks beat, but in like a that went okay kind of look.
Beat in a good way.
Walker kind of looks at them as they walk inside. Will comment welcome, but keep on with his work.
How'd it go?
Is everybody like sitting in the kitchen? Everyone who's awake.
Rick's on the couch.
Oh no.
fuck?
My fucking
Mitch-
mic-
Evian just starts
Evian-
fucking get his drum set out.
Evian starts the Macarena.
He's a marimba.
Sorry, I don't know why I had an alarm set for 2:48 a.m., but here we are.
Anyway,
We have news.
Yeah.
Always. What's going on?
Well,
Sits heavily down at the kitchen table and after unbuckling his sword and placing it on the table as well. And he kind of runs a hand through his hair and just stretches a bit. We went to the warehouse, got inside.
Mhm.
place was locked up tight on the inside. So
So many puzzling things. Walker, we found crates and crates of weapons and armor.
and armor.
Checks
And,
out. There's a war
Owen-
going on.
Owen will produce the case of bolts that he swiped, and
Amari produces, or Amari doesn't produce. He rolls his sleeve up and shows the hand crossbow that's
he's
on his
fucking
wrist.
already wearing it.
Walker, I imagine like Owen placed it like on the kitchen table, and Amari just fucking put out his wrist. Like Walker like looks down at it and then just looks to Amari, not impressed whatsoever.
Owen just like gives just a defeated shrug at Amari.
He then looks to Owen like, how did you allow? Like he doesn't say it, but like, why'd you let this happen? Look.
The dad is disappointed with the other dad.
Non-committal hand gesture.
Get that off, Amari.
But it's really cool.
And you stole it. If someone finds you with it, that would be a bad thing. Not to mention, we're expecting a visit from the Interleader in the next couple days.
There's more.
What else is going on?
So the reason, at least and he like gives a pointed look at Amari, brought this to you was because I could not make heads or tails of why they would have a warehouse full of textiles and then a bunch of crates that were hidden. Not hidden so much as placed in such a way that they were not meant to be.
And this is the
Looked
same
through.
warehouse that belonged to the... then what the fuck was the term? It was a front company?
Shell
Yeah.
company.
the shell company.
That
Yeah.
belonged to the shell company?
Aye.
Hmm.
And then I ask Amari, what? I cannot make heads or tails of what's happening here. And he takes one look at the crates and he says to me, Owen, this has got red band written all over it, metaphorically speaking.
Yeah, it was all
Equipments,
different.
varying
different-
qualities.
Hmm.
That makes sense.
And as Amari said, all the exits were locked up tight from the inside.
So there might be a secret passage in there.
We
There
couldn't
has to
find it.
be, but we just couldn't find it.
Well, someone's using magic to get in.
Perhaps we used magic to get in, but
hmm I can
So
use
you
magic to
seen-
get at least 2 people in, and then I can
tell,
get 2 people out.
Not
as far as I
spotted,
can tell,
followed.
we were not seen.
Right. That is quite suspicious.
There's more to this place than meets the eye for sure. And we have to ask ourselves, does what the fuck is his name? Owen motions to Ram.
Dennis Laurent.
Does he perhaps know of this?
Hmm.
He just wasn't telling us?
Does that sound like something that could be plausible?
He has always been one to keep a low profile and not cross the law when possible.
I don't really think so.
But if he was a smuggler or what have you. If there's a secret room, I imagine he would keen on acquiring such a property.
I mean,
Well, but he did ask you to burn it down.
Aye, but I mean, you know, if the secret passage is made of stone, it's not going to burn.
That's assuming there is a secret passage. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not
wrong.
trying to defend him or anything.
There has to be another way into that building.
I don't see why he would need us to do something like this if you just wanted inside of a secret passage inside of the building.
Don't know. I was trying to puzzle it out, and between everything we've learned, you know, something's happening. The Red Band not allowed in the city anymore. Son's chosen ordered to surrender to Garish troops. Something is going on. I just
Then
can't see what.
Then can Walker glean anything from this shit? Like, my first thought was like wartime profiteering, like someone's scrupulous business dealer is hoarding weapons and going to sell them to the crown at a fucking upcharge to arm the Red Band or something once they, like, you know, things slow down on the actual, like, weapon buying around the country, right? But, like, with it being, like, this weird, a hidden area underground thing, that's, like, what the fuck? Like, my first thought would be that the weapons, the hidden weapons, are a ploy, a trap. Like, it's someone will think, oh, they're just keeping weapons here. They're probably doing the first thing I thought. But it's secretly just a hideout for something bigger. Could this be the Night Mist shit? Could this be someone's, like, secret fucking hidey hole?
It could be. There's... As a group, you are all insightful and smart enough to know that you definitely don't have all the pieces. And there's definitely stuff missing from the story.
All right, somebody get the fucking string. We're doing a second murder board.
All right, boys.
I'll Walker be able
pull
to
up
glean,
MS
like,
Paint.
would it be a component that is within the actual warehouse itself we're missing, or something outside of it? Like,
it could be, like, the only lead you had about the warehouse was the company, and that was a dead end. The Shell Corporation, from your combined knowledge of Lenorian taxation and bill paying, one possible, like, lead could be trying to find out who's paying it. Like, you went that way, but instead, like, essentially intercepting the mail on, like, the day, finding out when they pay it off and intercepting the mail and stealing it to see where it's, like, postmarked, essentially.
If we had more time, we could just fucking camp the place out for a fucking month.
The real option would be waiting and seeing till somebody shows up. But that could be days, it could be weeks, it could be a month or so.
So after the slight discussion of, like, how there's more here going on than what we know, Walker will kind of say, is this even worth looking into at this point? Like, it's certainly an oddity for sure, but what do we gain from it?
Don't know.
We don't have much time left. There's still much to do.
If there is a secret way in and out, there could be valuable information inside.
That's a mighty big if.
I'll tell you what, I feel a lot less bad about torching the place now that I know who it probably belongs to.
Maybe. Maybe so. Van, did you mention there's a maker's mark on the fucking crossbow bolt, or is that something else?
No, there was a maker's mark on one of the chest plates.
Chest plates, okay.
That would be like I don't know if I said it, but like Owen goes into detail about what they found at the warehouse, and that would be something that he does like describe. You know, he doesn't
Amari
have, like,
would
a drawing
minor
of it, but
Amari minor illusions it.
To Walker, that would just be a generic maker's mark from a generic weapon seller in Lenore, right?
Yeah, like, you don't... Obviously, people examining maker's marks is fairly rare.
Would Amari actually take off the funny wrist thing?
He'd hand it to him, yeah.
Would Walker be able to glean anything from examining that thing?
Sun's chosen.
Huh.
No, obviously not the same make, but it's got that same, like, extra engineering style as Evian's dad's crossbow.
Like, they get the good equipment.
Yeah.
This is, probably belonged to his son's chosen. Remember the crossbow that Evian's father had? Just like that.
There wasn't a whole crate of that item then. It was just the one.
It was just the one.
Maybe it's a warehouse that was storing weapons that were purchased up from the masses.
Perhaps.
Is it possible that the collection and storage tactics are mimicking the Red Band and not actually the Red Band, but perhaps people who have better intentions than the Red Band, but are using their tactics?
I was going to say, could it also be possible that someone has been slowly intercepting boxes going to the Red Band?
Hard to say.
Because in that case, that's when more information would be useful. Because we don't want to go in and torch a building that's full of people who are actually doing good, right? There's a difference between torching just a building to save someone.
Maybe we take one day to investigate more, and if we find nothing, then continue on with the plan. I feel like we can afford one day.
Most of us can. Can you, Owen?
As far as I know, they're waiting for my word on when I can meet with Miles. I thought about perhaps meeting with him, seeing how he's doing, and then going through with the plan and telling if we can get in contact with the guard can get him the thing and the message telling him when to do it. That way I can see if he's, and kind of like he begins to tap his head and then he kind of like stops himself.
Right. Who all would you want to go to investigate then?
Somebody who can find that door, not me.
Walker
I don't think I'd have any better luck than you.
I'd like to imagine that everyone just turns to look at Walker.
Yeah.
Fucking Simon's an investigative boy. Yeah, whatever. Alright. I can help.
You'll have to take Amari because I still feel like he and his magic are the best way of coming and going without drawing undue attention.
We'll probably need to wait till tomorrow night.
For the best.
I could come to watch guard outside if you would like. If not, I can stay.
Might not be a bad idea if you just meander about. Maybe get an extra hood, like a jacket or something. You still have your old clothing, the ripped up shit.
Pretty sure he's wearing it.
I thought he was wearing the new clothes we bought.
Oh, well, no, those are also old and ripped up now.
So he has 2 sets of ripped up clothing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or whatever you have is more raggedy. Maybe someone will mistake you for being homeless.
Yep, I can do that.
I've got to be careful with that, or they'll tell you, or we'll come a calling.
Maybe. But if it's just a civilian in the middle of the night, they shouldn't do anything.
I do play homeless pretty well. I did it a couple of years for real, so I have some experience.
Right. Seems like a plan. What are we doing during the day tomorrow then?
We're close. at the hint of home. I can feel it.
Seems like you guys have done plenty of work on that already.
How many days do we have left, Ben?
Let me check the olden.
I imagine we have like a calendar somewhere for like a big X.
As of now, it is the 33rd. Lokar is purported to arrive at about the 37th.
Couple
So we
days.
do have. We have
6
5
days.
days before Lokar
Oh,
comes.
true, yeah.
At which point you would probably need to. Well, you've got about 3.5.
After that.
And after that, if you're wanting to take the safe route as opposed to cutting through, you'd probably need to be getting out very quickly.
So we have 8 days.
Yeah, 8 days or so.
Finish up the research tomorrow. Or at least we try. You go and see what's going on with the warehouse tomorrow night. And we go from there.
Mm. Seems
course.
doable.
If you all don't want to, you know, I know some of you have expressed reservation over it. I understand.
As long as we were not doing the deed tomorrow, then I'll assist you.
Owen nods.
I'm not going to say no to something like that. Not after I've just asked you for help.
At this point, Rick kind of pops up and just comes over. Not to, I don't sound a lot more complicated. Anything I was expecting. I don't know if it throws a wrench in plans or any kind of shrugs. Seems, there's expectation for the rest of the, Sun's Chosen to be setting up outside of our own.
The entirety of it?
He gives like this kind of look, kind of shakes his hand a bit, and just the orders are questionable. I've asked around quite a few people. Seems at least a few more of them are gonna be heading here. As for exactly how many, I can't say, or why. Seem like they're being very quiet about that.
Far more concerned about that than the warehouse. There are implications there that I can't begin to imagine.
Do they expect an attack?
I mean, sort of sounds like they're
I mean,
drawing back in.
from what I'm hearing, people not really wanting to fight, not wanting to continue to escalate, now drawing back in. Either that or they're regrouping for something. Don't want anybody to know.
The Red Band were preparing ships back near Dunra. But that doesn't explain why they were ordered to surrender to any Gara ships that found them.
I would ask whether there's any way to transport that many people all at once with magic, but why would they mobilize for some kind of magical assault if they were ordered to surrender?
It's odd. I don't like it.
The weird's going on.
What do they do with prisoners, Ben?
Garish people?
Yeah.
Well, from what I've heard, murder them on the decks, right?
You mean like, are you talking about like war prisoners?
In the fictional scenario, in the hypothetical scenario that Rick described to us, wherein a Lenorian ship is boarded by a Gara ship and the Sun's Chosen surrender as per their orders, what happens to those people?
All right, so if it's the Orange Shade, the kin from the Arkmorda Isles, in all likelihood, they will be executed.
Hey, barbarians! High five, Mitchell.
Hey, fuck you. That's us.
Otherwise, if we're talking like mainland Garland, it would depend on how amicable they are. Assuming that they are, like, you know, just hands up, we surrender. They will probably be interrogated and thrown in overpacked jails with the expectation that no one in Garland would expect to capture an entire ship of people.
Wow. Prison camps.
Yeah, they pretty much wouldn't have a choice but to make prison camps at that point.
So it could be that they're like trying, like the intent is, if you get captured, you congregate all in one place, and then we bust you up with some sweet magic and have a bunch of dudes like there. Like that's a thing that could happen.
I mean, the biggest X factor is and always has been the scourges.
Yeah.
And there's no way to predict. There's no pattern. There's no.
The
This
only
pattern is
thing,
something weird, right?
the only theoretical pattern is when bindings are broken, the lower numbered ones are strong.
But that's an order of magnitude. That's not a pattern.
No, there's no real way to know what. Even knowing what they do, like I believe it was Lokar who told you that, like, through their research, it's really hard to know. So unless somehow someone in Verona or in Lenore in general has figured out how to identify the actual overt powers of the bindings, then they don't even know what they're planning for.
So maybe they're trying to be as safe as possible when trying to activate a binding. So, like, if the world is brought to an end or something, like the entirety of it, like they have all their defenses outside of their capital.
You mean like they found the first binding or something?
Kind of what I was thinking.
But
I
if
mean,
that's true, then why wouldn't they just pull everybody back?
Because they're having the red band activated. And they want to be both ready to defend their capital if need be and make the final push.
But if you were preparing for the final push, you wouldn't have your best soldiers. Like, well, so there's a thing called a reserve in military tactics, right? Where you commit some forces and then you keep some back to, you know, do the thing where, like, oh, this place, you know, this flank needs some help, so we send in the reserves, right? But the reserves have to be close enough to the front line to where they can react. And across a fucking ocean camped out in front of a capital is not close enough.
Well, here's the thing. That doesn't include the idea of bindings existing. Like, we need someone to use the bindings, so that's why they have the most expendable soldiers doing that.
But, like,
where they're trying to keep their, you know, more precious soldiers in a safer place, where they can also be used to their most potential of, you know, keeping their nation safe.
But, like, the logical fallacy there is, like, if they fuck it up, and turns out it was just a giant ice explosion, and they do that in the midst of their army, it dies. So, like, that can't be it. Like, they're not.
They do seem to have a way of
the expendable
vaguely protecting them.
No, but so, like, there's a difference between expendable assets and fucking just like, all right, guys, we're gonna activate the funny magic shit.
Maybe they'll just try it out in Varad.
But so the idea there, right, is like if it kills all their soldiers, then they have nothing. They have wasted everything.
We've established that they have some idea of what these things do, since they were able to very effectively use the ice scourge.
I
right?
guess.
Yes.
Though we've also seen that they also have issues with them, given what happened in Dunrock. And then there's the whole thing of what happened with the other two scourges. The what the fuck is the red one called? The rage one called?
Heroes?
The Scourge of Furos and the Scourge of Petrica. Like, I don't think they intended for the Petrica to happen the way it did, but it seems the Scourge of Furos more or less worked out for them. Like,
They
we don't
lost
have
a lot of dudes, but yeah.
We don't
I mean, as far as I remember, like, because there's implications that, like, it's not only the Lenorians that use them, right? So the way I understood it was...
Wasn't the implication that that was the big story, but it's pretty clear that it's just Lenore using them?
Well, I mean, if you look at it from a holistic approach, right? Petrica stopped overland invasion from Lenore, thus forcing the conflict onto the ocean where Garland had the upper hand initially, right? So
they had the upper hand like fucking crazy. They still probably, with all their forces organized, would have the upper hand even after that.
So, I don't think it's a big stretch to say that Petrica was in response to Furos.
We don't know that. I still feel like we don't have any, like, evidence saying that Garland has used any, considering what all the others have done. Considering what happened in Dunrock, it's very possible that they fucked up more than one of them, and that the Petrica is one of them.
Yeah?
Either way, this is all speculation and meta, for that matter.
Yeah, I'm fine with some meta talk. It's been fun.
I mean, I'm fine with it too, but, like, it's not really getting us anywhere in character.
With that, I will
fucking...
ask if you guys have anything else to do this late evening.
Going to sleep.
Yep.
Sure.
So,
Walker will request that Owen stay up with him for a bit.
Of course.
ooh.
Mari will take the crossbow, though.
Oh my god. His
Body.
deadly wristwatch.
Yeah.
Make sure that nobody sees you with that.
Hide it, at least for the next couple days.
He just kind of slips his sleeve up, and it's gone.
I'm in
By that, I
somewhere...
mean, don't let it outside.
I know.
Dad.
If our things are searched, make sure it's somewhere it won't be found.
I know.
Rourke kind of narrows his eyes a bit and then returns to his crossbow that he's been working on during the entire conversation.
Good night. Just heads up to his room.
And so, did you have a last thing you needed to do or no?
Walker's intent was to have Owen, hopefully learn something.
Okay.
Well, you can't just say, "Oh, but fucking, I learned something."
Well, I
listen, we're winding down the session.
I imagine this would also be during that meta talk.
And we'll have to wait until next time.
I don't think it'd be during the meta talk. But, like, Walker would ask Owen to wait afterwards so that it was, like there would be like some time for it.
Right.
You're asking Owen to explain his powers and where they come from. That's not a conversation that I wish to gloss over.
I agree.
We'll
But
open
people
next
wanna
session with it.
sleep.
How about that? So, as the very late night begins to come to a close, a day of strange half revelations and a number of weird things happening throughout the country. The war seemingly more and more confusing. Who knows what dangers will bring on Verona tomorrow. But for now, we'll go ahead and end tonight's session.